chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome this Saturday night to another episode of EWC Finals Qualifiers. I am Poor Source General. Once again, it's Matchroom. We've got one day in the books, and after 6 games, Al Qudsiya is sitting at the top. But will that remain the same through day number 2, Matchroom?
Oh, man, I don't know. It was dicey yesterday as we had a whole bunch of kind of pop-off games for a lot of these squads. Al Qudsiya started off a bit slow. I mean, getting a 6th, 11th, and a 7th, but then started to turn it up right there at the end, getting 2 first places back-to-back, and that's why they're feeling pretty good. At the start of the day, though, it was Furia that was absolutely dominating, getting a 1st and 2nd back-to-back. Bestia is just going with consistency in the middle with 2 second places in games 3 and 4. But Team Liquid presently not in the qualifying position in 4th place at 41 points. Are they going to narrowly miss it again? I know that there are a lot of fans hoping that that is not the case.
Well, that's a good thing then that we play 18 games. Now, we did see a lot of weird stuff happen yesterday. We got to see some interesting circles on our middle maps, and we also got to see the deadly Doritos falling from the sky, which I thought that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. But then I saw a guy wipe his entire squad today in Europe. So, you know, classic Europe, got to one up us at everything they do. So
even though I don't know, 3 different teams or was it 2 different teams? I think it happened.
I think it was 3 different teams. Yeah,
the Doritos hitting
twice in one game.
That is just absolutely insane. And then we also got some pretty crazy circles as well. I mean, Rondo, Far East off the start. We've been seeing circles kind of lean that direction. So I'm not opposed to it. It's a really crazy, fun circle. Millie circle on top of that whenever we were on Erangel. So it has just been spicy galore.
Yeah, we went hard southwest or southeast rather. I think it was on Rondo. I mean, that was exciting. I was thinking it was going to Jadina. I wasn't thinking it was going to Jadina. It's never going to go to Jadina.
I was hoping. We always want it.
There was a little hope in there. We always hope. We always pray. But yeah, I think you brought up a great point. Furia started off great. Bestia then found a lot of success there on the middle maps, and then obviously the end of the day on Erangel belonged to Al Qudsiya, where they made a big pop in. Good news for them. We are running it back in the same order. We're going to start on Miramar again here today before heading over to Taego and Rondo and wrapping things up on Erangel. So we'll see who, hopefully for Furia, given how well they performed on Miramar yesterday to start things off, maybe they can start off again today hot. I mean,
replicating a 1st and 2nd, but let's not forget that they also did get 2nd on Erangel in the 2nd last game. So feels like the middle maps are kind of where it's dicey for them, as it was 13th and 16th. So the middle maps being kind of their kryptonite right now. That said, I think that that's good for the lobby, given the way we saw the group stages go. Fury was just on an absolute tear. We haven't seen them really, I guess, step in and really dominate everything again just quite yet in that same category. We did see glimpses of it on Miramar, though.
Yeah, you got to see a little bit of our leaderboard and a little bit of the stats we're looking at, but we want to give credit where credit is due. Right now, Cowboy from Al Qudsiya in the lead overall with 14 kills for his squad. And then right behind him with 12 kills apiece for Posa and Enzito from Bestia. So a new name on the block there for Bestia, looking like it's a pretty decent pickup there.
I mean, Enzito, we've always seen has capabilities. It's just like, I guess yesterday he was in the zone, and whenever you can kind of get those moments and really step in, whenever we look at Bestia, they had a pretty decent spread across kills going all the way up into Erangel, but really, whenever we look at game number 4, that was their big game. 13 kills, and a lion's share of his kills probably coming from that one.
Yeah, I remember games 3 and 4 for Bestia. They lost somebody early, and then they just had to send it to a center location, and it was really survival for like circles 4 through 6 for them. And then they managed to stay alive and keep in it. And then once it got to the late game, they really kind of showed out. Now, unfortunately, weren't able to wrap up a win off of that, but enough points there to put them up there in the top of the leaderboard in the conversation. When you look at damage numbers, Vinny for Bestia right now in the lead overall with 2,200. And then the Bizzler right there in second place, 2,100 right behind him. So LG, after coming through the last chance qualifier, kind of showing some signs of life here in the final.
Bizzler, the business himself, putting in some work. It's kind of interesting, though, going back to what you were talking about with Bestia, that whenever consistency in performance. And whenever we go back into the PGS series, we saw the fact that they are not afraid to make a center dive to go for position and play for late game. And that's where they always had their biggest successes. In PGS's, though, it was like one guy still alive that kind of was getting them their points. So this time they're at least managing to make it in with 3 whenever they make those salvages. So that's a lot better off, and I think that that's given them some good positioning for now. But it does mean the fact that they're kind of teetering on a knife's edge. If one of those pushes goes wrong, that could spell doom for a team that hasn't managed to pick up a win yet.
Yeah, it's a very high risk, high reward type play style that Bestia is playing with right now. Now, that being said, they haven't gone out with any 0-point games, which can't be said for teams like Team Liquid, where they managed to get 1 goose egg yesterday, finishing in 16th place. But for the most part, their day yesterday, 41 points, you're never going to be upset with that. And you think about if they hadn't gotten that 0-point game, if they had managed to kind of pull something together and get, a couple of points here or there, they're maybe in 3rd place. They may be top 4 or top 3 right now. Remember, guys, top 3 is what we care about here. Top 3 as who will be going on to the EWC Grand Finals in Riyadh. They'll be joining Team Falcons, who already made it there based off of their power ranking placement. So, and 7 other teams from around the world as well. So we know at least 4 teams from the Americas will be representing our region once they arrive. And who will it be? Right now, it's Alcancia, Furia, Bestia, but will that be the same here after day number 2?
All right, plane is up and in the air, and we're doing a pretty centralized plane path, all considered, starting over there in the west and then ending up around Azahar over into the east. So pretty much the center of the map going to be highly important. And for a team like Team Liquid that is making Picado their home for this is going to give them an inside track to make sure that they can secure some points early.
Yeah, you can see we didn't have any real hot drops yesterday. We didn't even have any cool drops yesterday. Nobody running into each other.
We saw somebody get run over almost run over by a car. That's the closest we got.
Almost, but was that even on Miramar? I think that was on
Rondo.
Taego, Rondo, or Taego, Rondo. One of the two. Take your pick, honestly. But Miramar, it seems like everybody's kind of got it sorted out pretty well, and nobody getting really close to each other. The closest, really, I guess, would be Fate and Bestia looting there in San Martin and Hacienda, respectively. But that's a big split, so that's a very easy trade. As we see, the circle will cut over to the west and will favor El Pozo, where Mira finds themselves looting up.
Oh, yeah, Pozo, pretty much centered up. That means the fact that we get all the fun that's going to be going on over there. A lot of different ways that we can be looking at the outlie on this. So we're going to be kind of getting a measure on how it's all going to be playing through. The bigger factors forward is that since it is going to be Pozo in the center, a lot of teams are probably going to be playing into the crater sides and the hill sides that are going to be just to the north of it, as well as those safety areas that are in the hills just past the fields east of Pozo.
Yeah, let's see. Rock doing a little slow looting. Now, the thing that I'm interested in the most here in circles such as these is the e-pickup, right? The e-pickup to go to that high ground spot where they're just kind of like, you know what I'm talking about, right? The top of that very high spot that can't be accessed by any other method other than e-pickup. Yep. We've seen teams go up there and find a lot of success from there very early on. So it'd be interesting to see if any of these teams that are looting kind of far out end up taking those early e-pickups, or maybe they hold on to them a little bit later, maybe C2, C3, just to make sure that it ends up going there before eventually landing on. But something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting to see where we see teams make their priority positioning off of it, because there's a lot of distinctive areas to play from. Sure, you can kind of lean a bit more into the far west, play right up against the zone wall itself. And whenever you do that, you get a couple of opportunities on how you can kind of play a lot safer and then step in. But it does mean the fact that you're having to surrender Pozo and all the strong points. We've been seeing a very central meta, but having Pozo centered means the fact that I think that we're going to see a lot of teams kind of dancing around the outside of it. Playing in a couple of those safety positions talked about just a moment ago is really, it's going to be about how you want to navigate aiming for in-game here. Do you make the expectation that it is going to be shifting up into the north? But we did also see a couple of interesting circles yesterday that kind of did a couple of hard shifts, so it's going to make this a bit more of a gamble.
Furia playing around in that high ground. You see Mira just off in the distance. Remember, Mira, the team that was looting up in El Pozo. So Posa being that front man here for Furia. He's going to see a car wrapping around just below him. I don't think he saw Mira, though. But this is not a bad spot for him to go ahead and take early and gain a little bit of information about things that are going on off to the south and southwest, as Mira is starting to spread out of El Pozo. They don't want to actually center up inside the city itself, rather just take spots surrounding.
Interesting that Team Liquid just did a shift up into Power Grid Hillside. They're kind of in that trenches area that we saw the game end at yesterday. So that gives them a pretty solid control point if this leans down into the south. But given the fact of maneuvering Picado not being inside the circle, this is a very safe approach. Gives you some high ground advantages, gives you some kind of dips in other places that you can be playing from. So a lot of control that they can kind of navigate into the later sections. And given the fact that they had inside track on this position, it's kind of intriguing to see how this is going to be stacked out. Meanwhile, Furia just doing all of the vehicles, man. All of them.
Hey, it's not a bad thing to have here, especially coming in from that northern side, as we see, Santastico is here by himself, but I don't think LG has any idea. They are playing it very carefully. RBN going to try to come and provide some support, but he's going to get spooked off by some good shots from Bizzler, and Bizzler going to add a little bit to his damage total as BL Calmo is going to come in, and he's going to find a face full of bullets, and that'll be the second kill here on game number 1.
LG has to know that there's somebody inside of that building now, given the fact of the commitment on how you saw everybody from Rock making a push trying to get to that side. So with this, they're just going to use, I guess, a little bit of logic, line it all together, and just see what damage they can get on the vehicles to deny any form of rotate coming out from them. Across the way, LG, though, they do still have that high ground. Look at that. They know everything that's going on in that
That's
compound.
a nice spot for Vox.
Solds is going to be, it's going to be really hard for him to make a cross there. And I think that's going to be Liquid in the distance that's kind of hearing this and going to be driving away from it.
And no pressure for LG to really push out, especially considering they have that Overwatch man in the form of Vox. Now, the problem will be if somebody spots him, some third party forces him to leave that location, then they'll be in a little bit of trouble. He knows that Solds is out there, and now he sees Team Liquid off in the distance, so he's got to be feeding that information over the rest of the gang, telling them, look, don't go out there, don't push. There's a possible third party there if you go outside. So if you feel the need, then make sure you smoke that off. Solds very lucky to get back into that warehouse as quickly as he did. And as Team Liquid, they've just got all day. I mean, they've got nothing to do but just to sit here and hassle Rock.
Yeah, just farm damage right now. And Rock, I mean, good thing that they managed to regroup whenever they did. But outside that, it does mean the fact that Rock is in the pinched position inside of that open house situation. So they have to be playing very defensive. You can see most of their members leaning back a bit to the right side of that compound is the direction that we're looking at it. And then high up after that. This is just, okay, we can't get any more information. We just got to wait and see if anybody opts into pushing us. And that's about all Rock is capable of doing from here. It's going to mean that it's going to be very slow, and attrition is just going to continue to stack up as you see tires and everything else getting popped.
Yeah, Liquid being smart about this as well. Like, they're not overcommitting. They're not, pushing onto anything. They're not, they're okay with just doing this what is this? Is it a 2-1? I guess. I don't know where Purdy Curdy is.
Lord only knows where Kurt decides to go.
Who can say? But having that hard cover in the bricks and leaving Sparking and Alo to be your gunners, just to play around on that high ground, is a fairly safe and efficient way to really cause problems for a team off to the north of you. And you can see they're just kind of slowly repositioning. And this is mostly just going to be them keeping eyes over here and making sure that nobody rotates or wraps into them as well.
Hey, looking out, you can see it's going to be Kadzia, not yet inside the circle. Outlaws as well, going to be just to the south of them, but Raps should be fine. OP is going to be in the north. Most of the other teams going to be already inside of some type of centered position, but notice that Fate did make the commitment into Pozo, while Pure RNG still needs to get themselves into the circle down to the south, but there's plenty of space to work around, so unless they just get a bit crazy, they should be okay, and this is kind of the most interesting thing that we're looking at the time.
Yeah, everybody's kind of avoiding themselves for the most part here. A lot of a playable area, a lot of easy long wrap rotations. If a team wanted to go all the way to the north, they could do that pretty free and clear. So a couple of teams deciding to do that as we hear the engines moving around for LG. I think Vox just letting them know, like, hey, Liquid's over there. They've got nothing else to shoot at but tires, so just make sure you keep that thing safe, and that is exactly what they will do.
Are you still on that whole track and tires damage and everything else like that? Tires?
Oh my God. I don't need to be, because I know who's going to be at the top. It's always going to be Shrimsy. It's always going to be Shrimsy.
Man,
every single time.
Tires.
Windows, tires, anything inanimate, and other players, to be honest. I mean, we've seen the damage numbers that guy's been putting out lately. So
there's too many easy jokes about him hating rubber, so I'm just going to leave it alone.
Yeah, fences. I used to be able to get all that information, and unfortunately I don't have it anymore. But yeah, Vox, it looks like somebody's spotted him out. It's going to be Fate from way downtown. That's not really too much of a hassle for him. He's just getting a little peppered there. We did see Kurt just off to the if you're where Vox is looking, he's just off to the right, holding down that other compound. So TL in a 2-1-1 split here.
And you can see why this is such a strong area. Okay, you got your motorcycle up for evac if you got to go, but notice that it's like a bowl on top of a mountain. And so if you want to know why we're always talking about the strength of this, look at this. You can go for a peak, barely your head's coming through, and more often than not, that means that people have to make a full commitment and staring at that rock facing. So just right down scope, waiting to see if anybody's going to go for a peek up there, means the fact that you have to surrender all information in defense and lower ground positioning. And it makes it so annoying to deal with. Because, you guys have been playing PUBG for forever. You want to beat in on the closer range targets to you. That means the fact that you got to have one of your guys constantly eyeing a rock that's got pretty much two squads in between you and them. You can't really focus on the closer range squads, and you have to make sure that you're securing some type of defense from this annoying guy that's just going to pop up, and you're going to barely have a chance to hit.
I haven't got a chance to see the next circle just yet. There we go. Okay. Favoring just south of El Pozo. So we did see Team Liquid kind of pulling back, and a good reason there. You can see why they're in just a perfect position with that 2-2 split. And so Luke 12 will go ahead and join Purdy, and that'll be a very tight 2-2. LG and Rock still sharing that same location. No reason for them to move. As we see potentially dangerous, they're going to try to make their way through the fields under the eyes of fate. The bullets are coming in, but not finding anything just yet, as looks like a couple of more teams opting to go right into El Pozo. Is now Katsia finding themselves in a little bit of trouble here. Actually, a lot of trouble as the mortars fall in. The bullets from Silzen will find Cowboy. Can they get the flush as well, or is there one more mortar? Oh, Cowboy. Yeah, Cowboy's gone.
I mean, yeah, you could see that Katsia just had to stop. I'm guessing probably due to a tire pop or something else like that. OP just raining in the damage on top of them. So our present number one taking some casualties early, in some trouble, and really also throwing off the pacing. Because remember, this is not inside the safe zone right now. So this is OP trying to farm up any points that they can find. And finding one early is D also still under harassment and in trouble.
He's on an island, man. There's not going to be really any way that they can save him. I mean, Pippa and Faveria easy. Farivero, they're just going to spray down at him. They've got him covered from all sides. There you go. Pippa will be the one that does the honors, and that will be him going down. D going to go down to his own blue zone grenade, unfortunately. But that's Alcacia. That's our lobby leader, now knocked down to 2 in the first game. So that's good news for all the teams in the chase.
Yeah, this is going to be really complicated now, specifically also given the fact that we're seeing a southern shift in the circle where, Pozo is still pretty centered, but really, it's going to be more along that Team Liquid split that you were talking about a second ago. Team Liquid split is ridiculously strong, keeping that little bit of that hill that they can keep control over. Because as you can see, potentially dangerous. Bestia, we can see several of the teams from Pozo maybe also eyeing this hillside as it goes forward. It is defendable, but there is a pretty steep cliff facing on it. So it's why Team Liquid is going to be kind of the catalyst for a lot of the movements that are going to be happening around this hillside. That does mean that they're going to be making a lot of enemies that are going to be absolutely destroying armor and meds on every peak.
And OP just causing problems for all those teams out there in the north. They already took 2 off of Alcacia, and now they were taking shots at Outlaws until the unfortunately timed sandstorm will hit and prevent them from just free farming. The e-pickup has been popped by Furia. We'll see if they decide to take it. You can see the new circle has popped as well, and it looks like it's going to be favoring towards the north there. So I think El Pozo may end up being a popular tourist destination here for a lot of these teams. Already Rezav, Mira, and Fate in there, and you can see they're in no particular hurry to move from their location right now.
I mean, good positioning early in Pozo can give you a lot of kills, but if it does leave here, boy, it sucks to get out. With all of the fields, those high ground hills that we were talking about a second ago, you just don't know where the threats are going to be coming from, and it is so easy to have your entire squad destroyed trying to leave Pozo. So squads inside of Pozo right now praying it stays that way. Everybody on the outside praying the fact that they don't have to go in there. But a lot of just, I guess, skirmishes right now. Is really just trying to see if they can weaken or prod anybody that's eyeing the line of coming into Pozo, as there is a commitment down, and it looks like it's going to be LG that's trying to go for that hillside, but potentially dangerous has already got it on lock. A couple of shots going to be going at them, forcing them more into Pozo itself. And so very few options, just time to make the crash.
Yeah, LG making the push. Vox going to be the last one to arrive as he was up on that high ground spot. There's only one from Rezav inside this arena right now, and it's going to be Martin, as Vox will take a few shots in passing, but it looks like Luminosity will make their way in pretty free and clear, and it looks like that one member of Rezav may have managed to get out. So Vox, good job popping that smoke, try to reposition the vehicle just in case they do end up having to leave. You want to keep those tires as safe as possible, as we see another E pickup has been popped up there, and looks like this one's going to be coming from the southeast.
Yeah, this is well done by Luminosity to get in control of a good position for now. Also, one of the strengths of this compound is it does have the easiest access into those hillsides to the south. So, yeah, I get potentially dangerous over there. That's going to kind of suck.
Empire?
But there's a lot of very interesting moves going on right now, with Empire having to deal with Rock still right up on top of them. They want this, but this is just real bold right in front of everybody. They get the yoink, and they get away with it.
That is crazy. I'm not sure what Rock is doing there. Rock is, I mean, they're still 3 deep in that compound. Remember, LG was in there with them, and they leave to go crash El Pozo, but Rock now outside of zone, and somehow Empire just able to pop an E pickup right in their neighborhood, and Rock perfectly content to let him do it, and Empire will actually get 2 men inside the city, although Shinboy is going to get spotted out by Curry, and he will be flushed, so it's all down to just Michael.
All right, Pozo party time as Outlaws are starting to get more control over the west. Empire still just damage control on landing, trying to scout through their bodies right now. Is okay, that bullet hit me on the left side, so that means there's a squad over there. I just got shot in the back. That means that somebody's over there. It's just full-on damage control, but it looks like they did manage to get in safety. Pure RNG also do manage to come into the western side of Pozo, but the circle pops, and it leans a bit more into the hillside, cutting out a lot of Pozo itself.
Now, I mean, everybody now coming in from that northwestern side is going to have to make their way through the city. So the job is on here for Rezav, for Mira, for Furia, and Curry will go down as Michael, the last player left alive for Empire. He is going to make sure that his squad gets at least a couple of points here, as he got 1 knock. I don't think he was able to get the flush, though. It may have gotten stolen away, or he may just not have been able to finish him off just yet. I think it might be onto Balada. But Michael just holding the roof for the time being and trying to survive just on that edge of zone.
Okay, so we got OP, Pure RNG, Outlaws, Empire's Michael, and then Fury looks like they should be able to squeeze in. Down below that, though, notice the fact that there's already a couple of defenders set up for what's going to be inside of Pozo, inside the safe zone. So all these guys on the external, we're going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Michael, who's been playing this high ground after they made that emergency pickup and landed up here, is going to have to figure out how they want to push through. This is a straight up death funnel that is going to be 3 teams stacked on top of each other, with Furia gatekeeping on one side of it and Rezav on the other.
Yeah, Team Liquid, obviously a huge beneficiary on this one, as we see Outlaws. Not sure what happened there. Outlaws getting eliminated there by a combination of Michael and another squad. So Michael collecting another point there for the boys.
I mean, given the fact that he's soloed, that's
Pure
big.
on the move. I didn't know it's huge. Like, I mean, this was looking like a washed game for Empire, being that they had lost 2, and then they had to make the gutsy E pickup play and into the middle of the city. So they're still finding points, and that's all you can really ask for. Is as is Al Qadsiya, as you see Roth in the kill feed starting to light things up. Now they will get eliminated, but it looks like they managed to get at least a couple of points before going down.
Your RNG has opted into a more northern approach. That's going to put them on that Furia defensive line, so we'll have to see how that one goes there. I mean, given the fact of random terror that Michael's been putting over there into the west, no big surprise. He's managed to get himself almost in the circle. So pure RNG have a couple of foothold angles that they can be playing from. The more that they lean into the east, that means that they could get some separation away from Furia. Meanwhile, down in the hillsides, remember we were talking about the strength of Team Liquid's compound in these hills. With the way that the circle is lined in, man, this is going to feel really good going for that early position because they are playing from a strong point in these later stages.
Yeah, Bestia in a really good spot as well, but they have a little bit of a work to do. They've got Yin Yang that is trying to make their way in right from the edge, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as of right now, it looks like most of the city itself of El Pozo has kind of gotten itself sorted out. Mira really kind of shepherding people around with shots from the high ground in the high building, just dictating where people are able to move. Let's see if the next circle favors the city or favors outside, and it's going to favor outside as it is going to cut back down to the south. So Team Liquid looking really good still, although now they have Toyo right on their doorstep.
Bestia is going to have to deal with Yin Yang over to the west, but Team Liquid's going to be throwing in some assistance as that crash is going to be going on. Good defense early coming up from DraftKings. Takes down Kane. Trisk is also going to be able to get the knockback on DraftKings, take him down. We're going to see this get messy really fast over here as Bestia is going to have to deal with a lot of opposing threats. Luckily, they've got the hillside in between them and Pozo itself. Yin Yang still needs to cross an open street to get closer to them, though, with a couple of their members. So really, that one small building about all that you can work with is going to be Yappa way out there with not a lot of options on how to cross. That's going to cost a lot of smokes just to regroup.
Yeah, if Bestia can get rid of Yin Yang here, that would be absolutely huge for them, as they are definitely going to get some company coming in from their north side. So the quicker they can get rid of these guys, the better. Benny trying to get the flush, but maybe stuck around too long as he was getting shot at from Capitan off in the distance. And now Joppa just gonna be a problem. Trisk, does Trisk actually get the res on a Kane here? He does. Yeah. So Yin Yang just being really, really tough to get rid of here.
I mean, they've got Toyo shooting over the shoulders of Team Liquid into Yin Yang and somehow managing to survive. In the north, it's about to pop off as well, as it looks like we've got Fate that's going to have to make a move. Pure RNGs hopping inside their vehicles. They're just going to send it down to that hillside. We also still have Furia, Mira, as well as Razov, and let's not forget Michael still alive. Yappa trying to make the push across. Looks like he is going to steal that one away as Bestia wants to go for center position instead. They saw Razov coming after him, so they're just going to go ahead and crash right into the center, which means that right now, with all of these distractions going on, they've navigated this pretty clean.
This is not bad. This is not bad. You take this if you're Bestia, and the fact that they were able to get this pretty free and clear will benefit them here as the game progresses. As we come back into El Pozo, you see everybody trying to make their way out. LG, really the gatekeeper for Furia. They still have all four up, but the path in is very treacherous here as they have to try to make their way across the street. It's not even just LG, it's Razav, it's Empire, it's Mira, it's all these teams from the city, and we'll see how much utility Furia still has. If they can get at least a couple in there, they might be able to find a way in.
Yeah, potentially dangerous. Also kind of caught up looking at the fields. That means that there's a bit of a distraction right now, but Razav also taking shots into LG's position. Smokes galore going down as it's just going to be pushing a brutal step by step. Look at the amount of blue zone nades now down. The cheeky little angles as this is a brutal setup coming up from Luminosity Gaming. Very few options for Furia as they are just going to get backstab galore on any approach. Mira even done taking a look at it. New circle pops, stays along this line, and Furia is eliminated by Luminosity Gaming.
Look at them go. Okay, Luminosity Gaming. We were wondering about them. We wondered if they still had anything left in the tank. We saw them have to fight their way through the LCQ. They come out on top of the LCQ, and maybe that might be just enough what they needed to knock the rust off. And they are looking pretty solid here in game number one after finishing day one in 6th place overall. They did have a win in the middle maps on Taego to go along with it. But now Alo, this Toyo Liquid fight has been going on for quite some time. Alo tries to leave the compound to get a different angle, and he gets spotted out. So now all of a sudden Team Liquid find themselves down to 3.
Again, the compound is really strong until everybody takes the hillsides, and then you've just got to brute force your way through it. Means that we see Bestia still inside the circle, strong position. Razav in a pretty strong position. LG as well, but they still have the potential having to cross that road. Toyo, though, they have the high ground. They can spot out what's going on in the fields, where you can see teams like Rapus Pure still lined up. There's going to be a lot of different issues to deal with as these guys are going to be trying to sneak in. LG is just going to be the catalyst alongside Taego. They've got the hill in between them, but are they going to be running against each other, or are they just going to take a hillside and march alongside of each other, each trying to cut a path? Because that's going to dictate a lot of how these firefights about to go down.
Yeah, we keep an eye. I was keeping an eye on potentially dangerous. They were in a good spot to try to do a little bit of gatekeeping, but in the end, it just too much. As the combination of Mira and Fate, they got some points off of it. They got some kills, but eventually they were overwhelmed by Mira, who I believe might just be down to 2 here if they could get LFP back on his feet. But Bestia, they are doing a good job of working around the middle of that circle. Remember, they made the push towards that center zone, and with 3 up, they're finding some success. And now Team Liquid, again, Taego is just being a thorn in their side.
Yeah, Taego has made a firm commitment into high ground control, so that is going to be the big problem for Team Liquid. Notice that they've got the open areas leading into this hill, so see if maybe they can ready some vehicles, but they're going to be running right in. Sparking already takes a ton of damage. Nade's now starting to come out. That's also going to be Yin Yang on the opposing side of this one. Might set up a pinch onto it, but Team Liquid stealing this one away from now. Bestia!
Oh, Bestia!
Shots! So that means that Taego has to step away, but it is going to be a Yin Yang's Yappa that does get the knock on Luke 12 and manages to flush him out.
Yeah, this is always going to be hard for Liquid. As soon as the circle pulled away from this, there was just, they were getting pressed from every single side. Now, Sparking will get a knock on the Capitan, but you can see Purdy Curdy has gone down as well. So Sparking now with the blue nipping at his heels. It just feels like it's a matter of time. Yin Yang, I'm actually impressed that Yin Yang has managed to stay alive up with 3 as long as they have, considering how tough their road is, or was, from that southwestern side, making their way in through Bestia. Once Bestia left, it kind of opened up a door for them to make their way in, but now they're kind of finding themselves in a spot where they're revealing themselves to teams outside of the zone, or on different parts of the zone. So you see Razav goes out, a lot of teams going out, as LG just continues to farm in this lobby.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard. Ain't no quit in Yin Yang right now as they're making their way up. Sparking gets spotted, and that's going to be all she wrote. Taego gets control of the high ground for now, but has to commit into the res. That means they have to surrender a lot of information. Actually going to be Yappa
still
that is actually creeped down all the way to the south, and looks like he's trying to wrap around back behind this one. Mira also getting some vision in it. So LG with some control over the circle, and Mime still alive, is just like you're talking about. Michael going to be coming in back behind LG.
I don't know how he's managed to stay alive this long, but that is a solo performance for the ages once again from a member of Empire. Those guys play from the blue better than most teams in this lobby. But LG, you gotta feel like they are in control right now, as they will eliminate Mime, they will eliminate Bestia, and now look at the control they have. They have a free path into the center of the zone. They know that they have to keep an eye on their north. I'm not sure if they know that Michael is there, or if they just have an inkling that there's a snake in their midst, or what, or if this is just being done out of an abundance of caution. But regardless, it is working out great for them right now. Oh, so, yeah, they know. Coming
into this, it was 37 points for Luminosity Gaming. You can see it all the way up at the top at 63. 12 kills right now. Aiming to see if they can get the 13. Can't quite get it. But LG in control over the circle right now. It's them. It's going to be Yin Yang down to the south and in the west. Taego managing to regroup, get their reses up. That's going to be to the southeast. And then let's not forget about VHZ, the last one up for Mira. It's kind of stuck in between LG and Taego both.
Yeah, I think VHZ maybe took shots over towards Taego, so they know he's there. As I'm not sure what's going on here.
PUBG.
PUBG steal. Hey, there we go. We're back. But I mean, look at Yin Yang, how much control they have. But this is kind of a problem, how spread out they are, being that they're down to 3. If LG decides to just kind of wrap in either direction, really, it might be problems for Yin Yang. But it looks like LG content with holding on to that north side for the time being.
The strength of what's going on with Yin Yang right now is they are defended from both Toyo's angles and LG's angles. So I think that's why they're opting into this very wide separation control. If the circle does, well, the circle's bound to have to make a move. So that means that they're going to have to kind of shift in a bit further forward. Does lean a bit center, so nobody really being too heavily rewarded except for Taego, who still has a bit of that lower ground that they can be playing from, but playing lower ground whenever LG can easily swipe high ground right next to you is going to be pretty hard. Also having the rat right next to you, that's no longer there. That's going to make it a bit easier. As LG going to continue getting more and more kills. How much more can they get out of this, though, as they look at those damage numbers for everybody that's alive right now. Even Taego just racked them all up.
almost 850 damage for the Bizzler right now. Remember, he was up there in the top 2 of damage from day 1, and he is going to be firmly in first place after this performance here in game number 1, as LG just still working around those ridge lines. Cocaine takes one right to the jaw. He's got no helmet to speak of, so he's going to has to be really careful about how he wants to go around peeking this. And it looks like LG, they're done with it. They're just going to death ball it, make their way across the side. Vox is going to get taken down by Trisk, though. That's going to slow things down as Kane is very low, but they're not getting the knock. There it is. Gats will find it. But look at Toyo. They're starting to see this going on, and they're going to try to make their way over here as well.
Toyo not making too big of a press right now. Instead of playing for the high ground, playing for control over the circle. LG's flank starting to have some problems with it, with Gats going down as well. So now Yappa has to kind of reconnoiter back over to the rest of the squad, but he can't really do it too much. Capitan's got an angle on him, and Yappa's already spotted it. So now LG has to figure out, do we go for the reses? Do we go for the commitment in the end of this one? Picked apart from too many angles. They've made too many enemies, and Yin Yang, whose path into this circle has been absolute bloodbath, and every single step having to fight for. LG, Gat's gonna go down again. It's just Bizzler, the damage machine himself, still up, and he finally goes down. LG is eliminated, but after an amazing set of kills.
Man, that first knock just threw a wrench into the plans of LG as they tried to make that push. And Capitan, I mean, that is a veteran play. He knew exactly when to push. As soon as that knock came through, he was immediately sending it right towards the center, and he was in perfect position to get that second knock and open things up here for Toyo. 3v2 for the win. Yin Yang has been proving themselves a really tough out here. So Toyo, they've got to be careful.
So 2v3. Yin Yang slowly playing around this one. Trisk's going to have some idea on where a couple of shots are going to come from Emmy. Feeding that back over. Yappa, the close range threat onto Emmy, though. Also has an idea for the line into Capitan. So yeah, Trisk's going to be the furthest one out for the time being. He's going to be the first one to have to move, and everybody from Toyo right now has a different angle onto him.
Yeah, that's the problem for Trisk, right? Is that Japa can't really do much except for that. But Capitan is ready and waiting. And now Trisk, he got knocked low right on the edge. He'll have a chance to heal up in the smoke. But Toyo, the fist is collapsing here. Benya going to go for the spray. He's going to get it. And there you go. Toyo gets the first win of the day here on day number 2.
7 kills, good points coming up from them. Presently, before we were coming into this game, they were at 36 points, tied up with Empire. They were only 1 point back behind Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity Gaming, though, with the amount of kills, I think might come out with a few more points on it. But let's not forget Katsuya, who was number 1 on the leaderboard coming into this, took some early casualties, and that's going to make this whole leaderboard an absolute mess.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a shakeup here, especially considering, as you said, Alcacia and Furia didn't really show up that. Now, Bestia did show up a little bit, and they had a pretty decent game for themselves. Again, playing with 3, it feels like they're almost more dangerous with 3 than they are with 4 at this point. Team Liquid was in a little bit of trouble, but that is, I mean, you got to imagine Team Luminosity, after that performance, have to hop into the top 3, but we'll keep an eye on it. We're going to take a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll get ready for game number 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to head into game number 2 after a big win there in match number 1 by, who was it, Matt?
Oh,
Pop quiz.
I don't.
Damn it, I was asking you because I forgot.
No idea. Can't line in because it couldn't have been a lineup starting off with at the end of it. Who was the first death? Do you know that one?
The first death? I actually don't. I remember seeing the second death was
Victor.
Cowboy.
The victor was Taego.
Okay, it was Toyo. There we go. See, I remembered eventually. I just wanted to, I wanted to put you on blast instead of putting myself on blast. But Toyo got the victory. But LG got a big old stack of points for themselves as well after just playing that south side of El Pozo and just kind of being the beneficiaries of everybody making their way out. A little bit of a slow start for some teams that we were kind of looking for to have big games here in terms of like Furia, Alcacia, Liquid, all of those guys. Wheels spun a little bit. It felt like Liquid was in a good position until they weren't. And Toyo just really kind of put the screws into them.
Well, Liquid had it right. They had the 2-2 split. Remember that they had the 2 in the compound and then they had the 2 on the hillside. And that's the way you have to hold it, because if you end up surrendering the hillside,
yeah, they gave up the hill.
You're kind of screwed at that point forward. And there was just too many threats that were coming through. So I understand why Liquid did it. But at the same time, the circles didn't do them any favors, put the compound right on the edge of the zone, and then left everybody on the hillside with just looking straight at them with no options. Yin Yang also surviving, making that push into Bestia, crossing the road, staying alive for, quite honestly, way longer than they should have, given respect where respect's due. Made it absolutely hellacious for Team Liquid to make the move as well. But LG with so many kills is amazing to me. That is the start of a pop-off if I've seen one.
No, yeah, that's a good way to get the snowball rolling. Well, we'll let you know what the leaderboard looks like as soon as we find out. We a little bit of a delay on the API, as it were. So we'll be keeping you apprised of the situation, chat. Don't you worry. As soon as we find out. So right now we are getting ready to head into game number 2, and the plane is already halfway across the map, flying directly over El Pozo once again.
Okay, I mean, we got what was it, a west-east plane path last time? So now we're just going to go ahead and get an east-west plane path. Kind of similar.
Flip it.
Yeah, I mean,
easy.
Maybe go Pozo again. I don't know. I would love an Azar game. Like, I love Death Star Trench and the fights around it, so that could be kind of cool, but enough theory crafting off of absolutely nothing. The big thing that I would say that everybody should keep in mind is with Katsuya going down early and the amount of points Luminosity Gaming got, I think that Luminosity is probably in the top 3 now, but I don't know. Caster math, right?
Oh, they should be. Yeah, they definitely should be, because they came into today with in 6th place with 37 points overall. 3rd was Bestia with 47, so 20 plus. I think they have 13 kills or something. So they didn't get the win, but they got probably roughly around 20 points. Yeah, I would think, or maybe just a little less. But they may have cracked the top 3. I don't know. Bestia had a pretty decent game for themselves as well. Fury and Alcacia obviously in a little bit better position. Alcacia with 63 points, Fury with 52, and then we have that log jam at 40 with Bestia, Team Liquid, and Yin Yang, and then Luminosity, Toyo, Empire, and potentially Dangerous and Rock, all with 30 plus points. So still a lot of movement left to be done here on day number 2 as we check back in with Empire, who Michael managed to salvage. Obviously not the best game, but not the worst either. Could have been a lot worse.
He made it into placement points, man. Like, as well as getting a couple of solo kills. That's the.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not everybody can be a Posa, right? And just manage to find ways to get like 5 kills all by yourself, just doing those types of things. But it's really interesting to watch how a lot of these teams, and specifically the mindsets of different players. Michael is he's been around a long time. This is a very, I don't want to say old squad, because they're not really. They were some of the youngest players at one point inside of PUBG, but they've kind of amalgamated together this very, I guess, experienced team that's
amalgamed, huh?
Got a lot of things going for it right now.
We're going to go with amalgamed.
Yeah, I think it's a good word for it, right?
Google that, chat. I need to know. I've heard of an amalgamation. Amalgamed. We made amalgamation into a verb.
I know. I can do that. Look,
You're allowed to do whatever you want, man. We've been doing this since 2017. You can make up words on the fly. Most of the time, I won't even call you out on it.
I mean, I believe that it is just technically a mixture of or blend. So I'm doing the Google search myself right now. Yes, it is a noun. But yeah.
Hey, there you go.
But hey, I verbed it. It's fine. It's fun.
Hey, do your thing.
I've seen what social media does to words nowadays, bro.
I'm just messing with you. Well, nobody's died. Well, somebody died, and I'm not sure who. Where'd that happen? I'm looking around.
I was busy looking at definitions because of you, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know. That's on me. That's got to be on me. I think maybe Riyadh lost one. I can't tell. That's the only team that looks like it may be a trio right now. And if they did, I'm wondering who got the kill. It might have been Furia. Maybe a car drop gone wrong up there on the north side, but we'll see. Either way, very, very generic circle centering up just to the southeast of Picado. So Team Liquid, as soon as they finished looting up, immediately went and took center once again, as they're finding themselves dead center circle a lot this weekend, given the Pachiqui Picado dead center loot spots that they've gotten. We already beat that one to death yesterday, but it's interesting.
I know that Team Liquid has been a topic of conversation pretty heavy today, so I don't want to go too far down it and give everybody their own laurels as we go forward. But what's interesting is we know that Team Liquid is a points per game team, right? They are always going to play the safest and most logical approach. They're going to play the numbers. They're going to be playing everything along those lines. Sometimes that does come back and bite them. Whenever there's certain times that you kind of have to take a risk, right? You have to just hope that you can outshoot the other team and put yourself in a worse situation. It's intriguing to me to watch Team Liquid that's always making the right call, but also always kind of the safer call. And I'm curious to see how that's going to stack up whenever we're looking for a top three. Will the safest play prevail in the end of the day?
Well, I mean, I think as long as you come into today, I think coming into the first 2 days saying look, we could take the low risk, low reward type plays, just put ourselves in position after 12 games that we are within range. We're within shouting distance of that top three. And I think you're happy, right? As long as you're within, 10 to 15 points of top three going into the final day with 6 games remaining, I think you're okay with that.
But here's my problem: is they're not necessarily a squad that's known for their last 3 game pop off, right? Whenever I think Team Liquid, I think the fact of consistency, playing always aiming for trying to get the maximization of points with the littlest risk. That can sometimes bite you, because if you're always chasing top 3, that means that you're always chasing top 3, and it means that you're never comfortably in top 3.
Well, there's different ways of playing. Well, I don't think that is a strategy. I think they'd always want to be in the top 3, just off of just destroying people every single game. But unfortunately, it doesn't always work out that way. But you see,
which is interesting.
No, absolutely. I mean, you just got to get a little luck to go your way as well. Sometimes, as we see Valiate
pure RNG
stay alive through luck right now. The rest of the team has arrived, and Empire already losing Poonage. Now, remember, they were down to 2 pretty early last game, so this is once again an early fight that they don't really need. As Valiate just going to push in with that MP5K. He's making that thing sing.
Just charging. But the stairs are such a massive problem to push up. A lot of damage now done with this. Quick exchanges between them, and Empire Gaming just goes all the way back to the lobby. Pure RNG coming in, making none of that RNG.
Alcatia, they were right on the other side of the street, just off to the northeast. They saw and heard all of this going down, and they hop into vehicles. Now, they're not crashing right onto this compound, but you can see they're just off to the side. D taking that high ground, trying to look down in and see if he can spot anything. And so far, so good for Pure. Senka Pow Pow going to leave. You can see the shots still coming in. That's actually Team Liquid from off to the west that have an angle here. And that might be shots being taken at Alcatia. So they try to keep it safe. They try to come in. Oh, there you go. Rello finding a nasty little angle. And we'll get the knock. But, yeah, you're not going to get that flush. So Just doing a little ADR farming here for the boys.
Plus, it's a little bit of vengeance after what happened in the first game. Be like, everybody was harassing us at the start. We got to put in some damage, make sure that everybody treats us as a threat, be a little bit nervous about us. So stepping away from the center area where we can kind of see pure RNG Team Liquid Kadzia at, we do have Furia that's going to be encroaching in the north. We still have Razov as well as Yin Yang, not inside the circle. Razov actually kind of interesting right now as they're wrapping all the way down to the south with one of their members, but almost due west, you can see that they've got several of their members inside of a vehicle lined up that direction. This is, I guess, eyes on maybe a very southern wrap, maybe near Resort, but with Yin Yang in between them, I'm kind of curious on how they're going to play that.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be the best thing that could happen for Razov right now would be if Yin Yang just cut up north to Chumacera, and we'll see if they do that. It looks like they might be, yeah. So Belada will be coming in from a different angle here as Alcadzia. I like this from Alcadzia, honestly. Like it was a very low risk, high reward type play to go and try to see if they could maybe third party. If anybody just happened to be hanging out in the outside of the compound, just bleeding out, maybe you could sneak away a point. They don't get it, but they don't lose anything for it either. So, you got to like the aggressive mindset coming in from Alcadzia, considering they were in first place. They're not trying to rest on their laurels. They're still going to play that aggressive play style. Quick
update is I believe that one of the websites got an update to the overall leaderboard. So we presently have Kadzia that's at 63 points still. Luminosity Gaming presently sitting in second at 56. Furia at 54. Toyo in fourth place at 53. Tied with Bestia. Yin Yang, then Team Liquid down in 43. And Empire at 42 is our top 8.
Yeah, that's a massive come up there for Luminosity and Toyo. Yeah. Getting themselves, and right now you've got all the way down to sixth place, Yin Yang with 52 points. So you've got a log jam from second to sixth that's separated by 4 points. And then it drops off from Yin Yang to Team Liquid, 52 to 43. So Team Liquid, Empire, they need to have a good game here to try to get themselves back up into that conversation. You don't want to see that pack starting to separate from you anymore.
Yeah, new circle with the pop. You can see a lot of rotations coming into play. We've got Yin Yang that's going to be over into the southwest. Razov that's going to be pretty close to them. Outlaw is going to be coming in due south, as well as over into the east. It looks like it's going to be Furia. It should have a pretty open pathing up into the north.
And we see Bestia stopping down. Now, look at all the shots that are coming into Bestia.
Well, by Pure
there. That's LG. Yeah, there you go. Pure RNG get purely destroyed pretty quickly there as they try to send it into that south side of Picado. And unfortunately for them, Team Liquid was ready and waiting. And they've got potentially dangers off to the north side of the city as well. They don't want to hang around outside too long because there are a number of different teams that have angles into this. But right now, once again, after that big game one that they had, you got to feel like LG in a great position again here. That high ground that we saw them having some success with yesterday, they've got it again.
Seeing, I guess, visions of yesterday as Power Grid is going to have two different teams in it. Bestia does get the knock on to Tater, though, so Fate's going to be playing the northern side of this, and they're going to be playing disadvantaged on top of it. Power Grid is going to be in the northern section of this circle, so it's going to be safe for now. Most of the other teams going to be playing down in the lower section, west of Picado itself. Emergency pickup has also been called, and that's going to be from OP. Seriously contemplating on how they're going to make their drop in. So with that LG high ground that you're talking about a second ago, LG in a beautiful spot looking into the north, kind of what's going on in Power Grid, but also kind of surveying all the fields to the south.
And they're going to see OP coming in via that E pickup. We'll see where they decide to go as they're flying right over the top of that cliff face that's just to the north of Picado. And they haven't gotten out just yet. They haven't decided to drop as we check back in with Team Fate after losing Tater. Remember, they were controlling that south building here yesterday, and they found a lot of success from it. Got them all the way to the late game and almost got them a win. But OP has finally decided to leave, and they're going to take the high ground, and it looks like they're going to force Vox back down. So LG not able to hold on to the position that they had, that they liked. Remember, they were playing from that top side for a long time, and I've been wanting to say this all weekend long. Where is Zur? Zur is on the low side, and he's going to get spotted out by Vox.
Oh, there we go. So LG doing a good job with control. They did have a bit of a dust up, so I think it's Rivera that's going to be up on top as well. Yep. Got himself a friend over there as well. So LG having to kind of deal with somebody that's in the high ground up above them. Quick update as well on Picado, as there is actually going to have potentially Dangerous and Team Liquid separated. Not a fight breaking out between them, but the way the new circle pops, that means that Picado is going to be right on the edge. Toyo and Rock running a 2-2 split between the two of them are going to find themselves centered in the next circle.
There's going to be like 3 people that got that "Where is there" reference.
Hey,
I was hoping you'd be one of them.
Dude, I got the Destiny joke.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, LG keeping eyes on the high ground here as Bizzler and Snaker's going to go ahead and rejoin the rest of the boys in the compound. They are still inside the zone, but they're on the very, very northern tip. And they've got that duo of Pippa and Ferrivero to worry about. And now, OP, I think they're just kind of pulling away from this. They know that they've got a 4-man squad just beneath them, so might as well go the other direction. Let's see if we can sneak into the north side of Picado. But unfortunately for them, north side of Picado are really occupied by potentially Dangerous.
North side of Picado is Occupado?
Occupado.
Oh, it's such a terrible joke. I'm sorry.
I love it, though.
Okay, so let's see our rotates.
Team Liquid. The 2-2.
Yeah.
South side all the way there. That's not a bad spot. Rock dead center, too. That's going to be really nice for them if they can get a little bit of circle luck here.
Let's see. So we got Fate, Rezav, and Furia all intersecting right on top of each other. So that could be its own situation developing. Curious to see how Furia is going to deal with this, as they know that Ying is taking shots at them and Rezav both.
Yeah, I mean, Furia just gonna. This is actually a butterfly flapping its wings, forcing Furia to crash into the Rezav compound. Yin Yang had eyes on this, and we're taking shots at range at Furia as they're making their rotation. You can still see the shots coming through. Al Qudsiya now also in the same boat. They're going to run right through the 2-2 Team Liquid split, and will lose 2 as a result. And I believe they might just be down to 1. As I think. I don't even know who it is. I think Cowboy might be the only Al Qudsiya player left alive. So rotation problems again here for Al Qudsiya.
Miramar is not their map, it feels like. Yesterday, whenever we were looking at it, they got, I believe, a 6th and 11th. So it feels like Erangel is going to be their bread and butter, and that means that they have to wait until the end of the day. They got to write some of these early maps and mid-game maps so that way they can hold on to that lead, because there are a lot of people like LG and Toyo nipping on those heels right now.
And Furia gets dispatched as well. They could not find a way past Rezav and Yin Yang. Yin Yang, once again, actually, no, Furia's still in it. They just had to eat the blue a little bit, it looks like. And they're going to be coming in behind Yin Yang. So they were kind of hidden here on our map stream. But Yin Yang in a very wide 2-2 split on that south side. And meanwhile, Fate still, they're already in. But Rezav, they've got one guy up high, Martin, 9-9. New circle pops, and it's going to go over towards the east. Going to include Picado in it, which we haven't seen a Picado late game circle in forever, it feels like.
This is very aggressive from Rezav. They actually had somebody that snuck up here, got into this position just a few moments ago, I should say, and they wanted to aggress in on this. Fate now in a lot of trouble. Timothy, the last one up, having to deal with a pinched position, and he is going to go down. Martin picks up both of them, so a couple of points, but that does mean that Rezav is going to be coming into the circle pretty late. So curious to see. They do have the hillsides that they can play to the east of them, so that should be fine. Furia is still under duress down to the south, though, from Yin Yang.
Loving this from Team Rezav. It looks like they may have had a disconnect. Not sure what happened there, but playing with 3, and they've got 4 kills already. They were looking pretty good there, holding Furia out. Furia, they've been running into problems, man. As you said, they run into Yin Yang. They had them split in 2-2, but Yin Yang collapsing, getting themselves back together, and just in time to kind of cause Furia more problems. Now Kraken has made his way through, but you see how far outside of zone they are. Toyo already looking down their scopes in that direction. Rock, they've got tower defense going on from the center of the circle. You see they're just taking shots at everything right now. Shots over towards Beilada, and the rest of Rezav now shots towards Yin Yang. So Yin Yang gonna have to stop in the compound just on the outside of zone. But where does Furia go? They're gonna try to push right past Toyo. We'll see if they survive.
And it's going to be a hard push coming through. Mira in the strong position, got the warehouses right in the middle of the circle. Very strong position to be playing from, but it means the fact that they're going to have to deal with a lot of defense. Fear's making the pass right now near Toyo, as OP is still kind of eyeing up the hillside, making sure nobody comes up back behind them. As down below them is going to be potentially dangerous, as Cowboy takes down Gizera.
Oh man, Furia, they managed to survive. They sent it past Toyo, but unfortunately they run into the snake in the grass of Cowboy, but VHC will take him out. That's actually going to be Mira that gets that kill. So giving Furia a little bit of support here as we watch OP stare at rocks.
Hey, those are some pretty textures, man.
Fantastic. No, they're great.
So
love them.
The strength of position that we're talking about with Mira is the fact that they've got a set of compounds that are going to be just east of them, as well as having one of those 2-story, I guess, barn warehouses, whatever you want to call them. And they're pretty much due center. Everybody else is going to be playing rock pieces after that. So you can see Team Liquid does also still have this corner of Picado that's going to give them a lot of supervision and looking directly into. That's what the Mira compounds that we were talking about a moment ago. Everybody else is going to be kind of playing defensive off of just whatever they can get. And there are a couple of big, decent dips that can be played out here that can get some distance away from Picado. But you can see it is not comfortable, as Bestia does have Yappa right next to him. But every time you go for a peek, somebody's going to go for some shots. And Yin Yang, man, these guys are just catalysts for fight.
No, they are. They have been doing a fantastic job so far. They look very, very comfortable in this lobby. Now, make sure you keep eyes on the skies. Where are those Doritos going, Jappa? You don't want to take one to the jaw.
Look up.
Yep. There you go. I always look up, because those things are the deadliest things in PUBG right now. As it looks like Vinny has managed to escape. Going to have to leave Draft King behind. So, Jappa, go ahead and secure that point for your team. Yeah, there you go. One now in the bag for Yin Yang. Now, the new circle pops and it goes hard north. So areas of Picado still inside the zone, but there's so many teams in these wide open areas off to the south that are going to have to try to make their way in. Mira in that compound, they've got to be looking. LG, they've got high ground on that north side. They've got to be looking, because there's going to be some feasting happening here as the south tries to make their way in.
Starting to pop off. No options. Furia under duress right now. Toyo being the moving factor, and they have to just cut a path through. Several members going to be leading the pack. Back behind this one, looks like they're going to be trying to secure vehicles and get their go. Looks like everything is going to be coming together for them. Just to the west of this, it's going to be Rock, also to make a path. Let's not forget about Yin Yang as well. Mortar is coming in, being its own independent problem. Is down next to Team Liquid. You can see it is going to be a bit of a dust-up, as it is going to be the Outlaws. They're trying to fight their way into a position into Picado itself. The hillside alive, as it is going to be LG with the high ground, looking into a lot as Kraken does take down Emmy. Sparking and also gets a kill of his own. Toyo in some trouble over here for the time being, but finally fighting their way through it. Still has to go about another 50 meters to make it in the safe zone, but these vehicles should help.
NT from Zakraken there. He didn't have much of an option other than to try to make a push, try to be aggressive. And he gets one, almost gets the second as well. And right now, Toyo need to get those reses up. They need to get everybody healthy, because Team Liquid, who was gatekeeping the south side of this zone from Picado, they had to worry about Outlaws. And you can see what they're having to deal with, trying to get Purdy Curdy across the street to rejoin the rest of the squad. Outlaws still have that building, that hard cover to work with. And no, he almost makes it before going down. And now Outlaw is going to try to capitalize.
Has to make the push, but I don't know how well timed it is. Everything's kind of flooding around over here. Good pickup to reshift out, but oh, it's going to be Curry does get the knock onto Luke 12. So again, the pacing just feels like Team Liquid can't quite get everybody rezzed and prepared for the fight. We still also have potentially dangerous that's watching this. It's going to be Tavron. Sorry, I could just barely see it through there. Got to remember the names a bit better on all these new players.
Goodness. And while this is all going on, Toyo, they had to make a crash onto the Mira compound. It looks like they traded pretty evenly. Sparking and Alo now trying to see if they can get rid of the last of the Outlaws. As Sparking, no! He finds one but can't get the last one over the wall as the blue zone has arrived. But Outlaws will go down, and it looks like they should be able to get Sparking back on his feet. They might be able to get Luke as well. So we'll see if Team Liquid can get back up to 3 strong.
They might have the time for it, given the fact that it looks like potentially dangerous is going to be focused on the circle. LG is still going to be holding down this northern area, but they've got to deal with Razov. Razov just trying to flank down just above them from the north, but potentially dangerous has also kind of made it a pinched position over there. So looking back in Toyo and what's going on with Mira, Toyo did manage to make landfall into these compounds, but can be surrendered. Remember, Mira had this for a long time, but Mira has now put themselves in the pinched position. They had to give up those warehouses. That's going to be where Rock is going to be.
That was a really nice knock there from Mira onto Rock as they kind of prevent Rock from third partying. So now Mira can kind of keep eyes over here as well. They're just playing defend the fort. But Rock should be able to get Biel back onto his feet. Solds carrying him away, but you can see Fana and Figs in. They're just holding the line right now. And I think these three teams very comfortable with where they're at for the time being, given that that new zone has popped. And they'll just be watching what's going on the hillside as you see a number of teams, LG, Razav, and potentially Dangerous still fighting around up in that area. Razav and LG right on top of each other, fighting through the smokes. Laucha already down to half HP. He's in a 1v1 versus Bizzler, but Gats provides the support as now Martin and Belada are the last two left up.
Okay, they've been fighting for this one. They wanted it up on top. Flank coming out from potentially Dangerous. Brass, it's going to be Salabi gets the knock on at one, but it's going to be Martin that gets a knock on Gabriel as well. This is going to slow down the pacing a little bit for LG, who is just kind of caught right in between the two of them. Is that going to give them time to get the res onto Bizzler? They're going to make the commitment while everybody from Razav is going to be dancing right on top of him. Razav is going to be caught up looking at range, seeing what's going on with potentially Dangerous, and now Snakers also might be able to move in. Does Belada know where to throw the nade? He knows. Going to drop it right into the thick of him. Are they going to be able to get away? Doesn't get the knock, but follow-ups coming up from Bizzler.
Nice Bizzler.
Forces him to duck down.
And all of this is being kind of looked at by those teams on the south side as well. So these guys have to be careful about what angles they peek, or they're going to reveal themselves to the teams downhill, as Slabby will get a knock onto Razav again, and that will be Razav finished off. Luminosity still with 3 kills for themselves. They've got the circle, and it looks like they are going to be able to hold off Razav. Can they hold off Potentially Dangerous? Potentially Dangerous going to retreat back downhill, it looks like.
Yeah, they've kind of stretched themselves all the way down to Picado. That was their original home that they've been playing for the past couple of circles, so they know that that's going to be safe. But the way that the circle is kind of leaning, they know that their best pathing options are going to be around it. LG doesn't want to relent, though. They're going to be pushing down, but they can't make too many moves. LG is being pinched down by Toyo's positioning, as well as Team Liquid also being held out. So everybody that's wanting to go after Potentially Dangerous instantly stopped in their tracks based off this Toyo positioning. Circle's going to pop, and Snakers also going to pop, because that's going to be a nade from Gats. What?
A little self-inflicted injury there, but yeah, we'll get him back on his feet. We got a minute before this thing starts moving, so LG have to make some decisions here. What is going to be the pathway down? They do have vehicles, so they do have a route. Or they do have a method to get down there, but what is the route going to be? Potentially Dangerous still in trouble as Bizzler, he still wants a piece of it, but just enough given away to go down to Santastico. They should still have time, though, to get that revive.
And we circle the way it's popped. Rock has to move. Team Liquid has to move. Everybody on the hillsides also has to move. Potentially Dangerous, LG.
Oh, Tavon!
In some trouble by themselves. So they have to figure out how they're going to separate away from this one. So LG up on the high ground. They have managed to start to get everything together, trying to get their meds back up. They know that they're going to have to push, but if they lean into the west, that means it's going to be potentially with Rock, Mira, and Toyo all having sightlines on them. They're hoping that a firefight's going to break out, maybe between Team Liquid, Potentially Dangerous, and that could distract everybody that's going to be in the compounds over there. LG has to play this so slow as Team Liquid are running forward.
I can't believe Liquid managed to make it across the street that easily, and now they're going to be in a little bit of a tough spot as Sparking will be the one that gets the knock onto Alo. Luke very low as well. Sparking, I think, maybe just kind of lost sight of him, but Team Liquid should be able to get him back on his feet as LG. They have to go somewhere, and nowhere is looking good. Slabby gets the opening knock here. Snakers and Gats already in a little bit of trouble as Potentially Dangerous back up to 3 strong. They're going to trade utility back and forth and try to avoid the line of sight of those teams downhill.
Oh, Luke's gonna spot out Gabriel, get the knock onto him. This is awkward. There's not too much that's gonna be done.
Nice flash.
Steps in, does get the workout. Can he get enough of it? He has to be careful. Team Liquid running up right back behind him. It's gonna be hopping inside of vehicles. They're just gonna be coming after this one quick. Glock already down and flushed out. It is just Slabby. He has to brave the fire and the smokes. He's thinking maybe he can step down right on top of the res. Jumps in, but he's gonna go down. LG commits back into the res while Team Liquid does not have the vision.
And we got yet another, if emergency Dorito knock here as Rock knocks Fantastico. And I think Rock was one of the victims yesterday, as they find themselves a victim yet again, trying to leave that warehouse off to the west. They find a little bit of room to play as Liquid continues to try to wrap around on that north side, see if they can get anybody else. They've got a little bit of room to work with here, just on the edge, just out of vision. Snakers is knocked. Gats should be able to get him back up. It looks like they'll be back up to 2, but these guys have been knocked so many times. You got to imagine that they are not much longer for this world. Look at that. No meds either. He's just got 2 bandies.
The only benefit to it is the fact that we do have Taego that's running in that compound. And
no, not the Doritos. Oh, I'm so nervous. Every time they throw these things now. Please, not the team flush. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good.
Things safe. Everybody's good for now. As Mira is going to actually have to decide, do they push into the Rock side or do they move into Taego? Taego, the only one that's inside and still has their compound in some form of control with this circle. Everybody else is going to have to move. So fortunately, if timed properly, LG and Team Liquid can maybe use the distraction of the foot pushes, of the firefight inside the compound to get some type of new safety in the hillside, but that's going to be all that's going to be available. Mira is making commitment into what's going to be happening. Luminosity Gaming is already going to get eliminated, and that's just going to be a quick push between what's going on with Team Liquid and Rock both, but Team Liquid now firmly under duress.
Go ahead, Liquid. We see you. Trying to get their points as wherever they can. Mira just going to play on the outside of the wall, and Taego, not really much they can do about it. Not really much they care to do about it, really, is except for maybe try to kill him with a Dorito. Unfortunately, it's not going to get him there, as the high ground. Oh, Fakesin will spot him out. Maybe getting a little bit too cavalier with playing on that roof. Capitan will find one. He's down to 10 HP. Can he find the second one as well? He can, before getting taken down by Rock. So Rock has been playing the north side of this wall, and now they've got 4 left alive. They've got 10 kills, and now they have the easy path to a victory, and they will get it. Match number 8 will go to Rock.
That is a big game for Rock. They were going into this one in 10th place. A stack of kills and a victory is going to be big for them. And remember, they had to push into the warehouse. They were originally ones that kind of stepped in, forced Mira to kind of play away from the angles and the control of this compound that we knew was going to be pivotal moving into later stages.
Yeah, they didn't have the toughest game on earth as far as making late game movements go, but like you said, I mean that tail end was going to be very, very dangerous. They timed it very well, making sure that the north side was basically pinned down so that they could play from that wall on the north side and not reveal themselves to Taego. I got to give a lot of shout out to Taego, man. They made a very, very gutsy push to go for center circle and crash that Mira compound, and it paid off really well. They managed to get Mira down to just 2, and they held on to that long compound for as long as they did. But man, playing the roofs there at the end, that's very, very brave, and it ended up costing them in the end. But I think they had a very good game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give respect. Rock also playing on the outside of the wall you were talking about. The first team to kind of stop LG with high ground that we've seen, as LG has been racking it up based off of that. But guys, we're going to do a quick map switch up. We're going to get everything ready. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
Come into my
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Hello, everybody. We are back once again. 2 games are in the bag, and now we are getting ready to head over to Taego, where we determine who will take our middle maps this time around. Now, yesterday we saw Bestia have a lot of success, but so far it's been a pretty good day. Liquid definitely farmed that last game, despite the fact they didn't win. I think they ended up with, they were leading in kills, damage, everything for the most part. 16 points for them, good enough for second. But Rock Esports, that 21 points was something they desperately needed.
I mean, that was cleanly played from them. This feels like an area that they're pretty comfortable in. We also saw success on the international stage from them and around this area. So really, it feels like they're understanding the strong points to play from. And again, I want to talk about the fact that we've been seeing LG exploit high ground advantages time and time again. And yes, while there were a couple of friends that were hanging out around LG that were kind of stopping them off, having to deal with multiple high ground threats, playing on the outside of a wall and looking back up that hillside and keeping it covered, really well done by them.
Yeah, and got to give credit, a shout out to Toyo as well. Like, they were in 4th place going into that last game, and they managed to get themselves double-digit points once again. So they're going to climb the leaderboard, most likely putting themselves in the top 3 once again. So, yeah, they were top 4. They were just right on the edge. But I think after that performance, they should be able to jump Furia, maybe even Luminosity. We'll see, but we'll keep you updated on those as we get them. As we said, the API just a little bit slow on us today, so we'll let you know as soon as we find out what the leaderboard is looking like. But we are getting ready to go into Taego, which yesterday, let's see who won on Taego. It was going to be Luminosity got the first win, and then when we got to Rondo, it was a Team Liquid win. So we'll see if that keeps going.
But Luminosity did get first and third across those 2 maps.
Not bad.
Well played for them. Middle map's going to be strong for them. Coming in pretty warm today as well, given the fact of the performances in the first couple of games. So looking out there. Hey, Toyo up on top now.
Heck yeah, okay. Now we've breached the 60s. So Toyo on 68 Alcacia, despite the fact that arguably having kind of a rough day so far, still up there in second place with 64 points overall. They only have gotten 1 point through 2 games, but when you get back-to-back wins in games 5 and 6 on day 1, you put yourselves in a pretty good spot. But it's been a slow grind for them so far here today. Luminosity rounding out the top 3 with 63 points, and now you can see the logjam in the 50s. Team Liquid, Bestia, Furia, Yin Yang, and now Rock has joined the conversation as well, as they have 53.
I mean, this is a lot of teams that have been in the thick of some mid-game fights and really starting to find some striving successes inside of that. And that's an area that it can be quite risky and can kind of spell doom for your later stages. Taking a couple of casualties early can really screw up your late game strategies. So seeing them start to navigate really aggressive mid-game fights means the fact that this mid-pack where we're looking at in that 50s area has a lot of strengths going into a bit more of a wild card map scenario whenever we look at these, as these two maps don't get played as much. So being able to handle some weird, I guess, excursion fights that can happen in the middle game will really benefit you and really propel you into success in the later stages.
And looking at that bottom 8, those teams that are in the 40s and maybe the upper 30s points wise, we're about to hit that halfway point of these grand finals. So you would love to be able to put yourself a little bit closer to within reach of those top spots. Now, the good thing going for all of those teams is that, as we said, there are no point sponges in this lobby so far. It's been very back and forth, very sometimes good, sometimes bad. I mean, obviously, Alcancia being the poster child for that, really coming into this day with 63 points and then only 1 point so far through 2 games. Now, again, they started slow yesterday, as you said, and then they started picking things up as the day progressed. Obviously, Erangel was their meat and potatoes, back-to-back wins. That was what put them in that top spot after day 1. But if you are on that lower half of the leaderboard and you still have designs on that top 3, you got to start making moves now. You don't want anybody to start separating themselves a little bit further from you at this point. It's, I think, 20 points from the 40s to the top of the spot, top of the lobby. So you want to cut that down as quickly as you can.
One of the things I do want to shout out, yeah, we're talking a lot about the top 3, but Riyadh had a lot of issues in the first couple of maps yesterday. Well, most of the day, and if we're really looking at it, it wasn't until
6 points on the day
until we got into game 6, which is where they got 5 of those points, I believe. And today they're coming out swinging a lot more. We're starting to see them be really a lot more aggressive in their positioning. They're trying to find and get into these sneakier positions to pick up some kills. Yeah, they're probably not going to be fighting for the top 3, but I love it whenever we see a team that's kind of struggling to find their footing and find their ground really start finding it. So big shout out to those guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously unfortunate that day 1 really puts you behind the 8 ball, but coming into today and kind of switching up your play style, but keeping that same focus, keeping that same positivity mentality, and thinking that you can turn things around here today. So far, so good for Riyadh. They're not going to be one of those teams that you can just walk over as soon as you see them in the lobby. So that is a good news for them. Good news for the whole lobby, really. If everybody wants to have a shot at those top 3 spots, now that we are just about halfway through these grand finals.
So looking out, Kadzia, we were talking about this. They've got to right the ship. But I mean, again, Miramar was not good to them yesterday either. So you don't want to be constantly relying on back-to-back wins to keep you inside the top 3. Their early game rotation struggles are starting to become more and more apparent. I don't know what's going on with their specifically circle 1 and 2 pathings, but it is starting to become a pretty big detriment, specifically on Miramar. So I'm kind of curious to see what they do on their homework going into tomorrow and how many modifications they can take, because I don't know if tomorrow they can really risk letting Miramar go again.
Yeah, I think circle 3 really, or circle 2, circle 3 really seems to be what's causing them a little bit of a headache right now. But again, that's one of those things. It's 4 games, right? Like it's been rough for sure, but I don't think there's enough there to really say like, okay, we need to change our overall strategy. I mean, a lot of that maybe you can just can contribute to bad luck, just depending on how you want to look at it. But when you got guys
off with people dropping mortars on you, that's a weird situation in
it's
general,
not ideal.
But that means the fact that you've been there so long that somebody set up mortars on you. So there's something going on there in that early rotation that just isn't quite clicking, is what it feels like.
When you've got guys like Cowboy and D, though, and even to an extent Roth and Rello as well, like those guys are no slouches in the fragging department themselves. So I like that. I think Alcancia is playing more on the aggressive side. Like they want to take the fights. They want to try to find those early fights if they can. But the problem is is that it seems like they are running into situations where the team is expecting them, at least on Miramar. So they haven't been able to take anybody by surprise. They've taken a knock instantly, or they're kind of entering these fights already on the back foot. So it's been a little bit of a slow grind. But you could see as the day progressed yesterday, especially once we got onto Erangel, they found their footing. They started finding the kills, and they were coming into fights where it was advantageous for themselves, right? So it's just a little bit of a slow start, but I wouldn't start ringing the alarm bells too soon.
Oh no, it's more just there's something noticeably going on Miramar rotations is all I'm kind of focusing in on, is because it feels like that's where they're having like those early game casualties that are really messing up their later game stages, because this is a strong squad that could definitely frag out. We know that. It's just you getting them into the stages where you can actually get into a firefight. Like Circle 1 and Circle 2, having problems there is just kind of a peculiar situation for a team right now. Also, Furia was our Miramar team yesterday, and the circles just have been hard for them to deal with as they keep coming into very pinched positionings. So I'm curious to see, as a squad that we know that can play a bit emotional at times, really feeding off of the desire to wanting to prove everything. This is going to be one of those points where they've kind of been pushed against the wall today, and I'm curious to see how they're going to swing back.
Yeah. I mean, I think Furia, and we talked about the teams that are kind of on the bottom of the leaderboard that are proving that they're not going to be easy to take out. That was what caused them problems there. We're having a little bit of technical difficulties, guys, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be ready to go into Taego, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Difficulties sorted, and we are in the plane and in the air and flying over Taego. You can see from that western side down to the southeast. Now, yesterday, where did we finish yesterday? It was on the North Island, right?
It was North Island in that area that was kind of
just west of Palace.
It's south of Godok, northwest of Palace. It was that hillside.
Yeah. I think that road by the South Road there was a big player towards the end as well. So because we had teams that were playing that low side and then teams that were playing the high side, and in the end,
that's where they were going crazy.
Yeah. And that was, and then eventually it was Luminosity that woke up and decided to join the lobby. Now, we did get a chance to see that overall leaderboard. Let you know that currently Toyo is in first place with 68 points. Alcancia right behind him with 64, and Luminosity rounding out the top three with 63 points. And then you've got a big log jam of teams with 50 plus all the way down to 8th. You've got Liquid, Bestia, Furia, Yin Yang, and Rock all within single-digit points of catching up to that third place spot. Remember, once again, guys, it is the top three that will be going on to EWC and joining Team Falcons, who will already be attending based off of their finish in the power rankings. So 4 teams total from the Americas will be playing it out in Riyadh.
And the way that they're playing right now, it could be pretty fun no matter who we get. We're getting a kind of a rotating door of our top 3 today, since it's just so neck and neck. I mean, whenever we're even looking at the 60s, Team Liquid still just brushing 4 points out of the top 3 right now. Luminosity just off the performances. And again, just good reads on high ground, good reads on where to focus fire and how to really assist each other. That's the type of communication that you know can propel you on the international stage. So with the way that the circle's popped, it's going to be leaning over a bit north of center and a bit east of center as well. So that's going to put Furia's 2-2 split kind of around the center point with Yin Yang, who's been just a fun team to watch so far. And they're going to be in a really good spot on the circle.
Yeah, Yin Yang has been a thorn in the side of a lot of teams here so far this weekend. Haven't seen that success translate to great leaderboard position, but they're still, they're one of those teams that's in striking distance, right? They're in 7th overall right now, but they're only 10 points away from Luminosity in 3rd. So, it's not outside of the realm of possibility here, although Kraken will pull up and he's going to spot Kane making his way through. If Furia with that 2-2 split, I think the North duo is coming to join this southern duo and try to play more close towards center zone. But as you said, Yin Yang, they've got the compounds, right? They're looking pretty strong.
And this feels like this was a Furia just dropped to try to get some loot and maybe secure some vehicles. That's now become kind of centered, so they're trying to figure out what they want to do with modifications around it. I mean, Yin Yang is kind of separated out as well. Both sides of terminals, the emergency pickup's kind of coasting along and seeing how it's going to go. Most of the teams now regrouping. No real big rush on this one, as everybody knows it's going to go over to the main peninsula itself, abandon the island. Most likely. The circles have been crazy. You never know. Could happen. But math says that it's going to go this way. So there's still a lot of open area. But oddly enough, the southeast looks like it's going to be where we're going to be getting a cluster, as we do have Outlaws over there, Pure RNG, maybe even Empire going for a longer wraparound.
Interesting to note that E-pickup that we saw in the air, that was Mime from Bestia, and you can see where he has landed right in the midst of OP. The rest of the squad is now slowly arriving from the southeast. You can see Vinny, the leader here, and they might run right into OP. So this might be another instance of Bestia running into an early game fight that they would rather avoid, and it looks like they're going to get lucky here, and OP is just going to pull away.
I mean,
where are they?
Good formation, I would say, kind of. But I think that they're starting to gather that maybe this is a bit more separated out. And if they can kind of unite a front, they can get some more control. Mine was actually still playing away from this one, not stepping up on the hillside too much. He might be able to flank around, and if that's the case, get a backstab onto Pippa. So if Vinny and the rest of the boys can keep distracting, that could be pretty big to pick up a couple of easy kills.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why Silson and Ferravero stopped here. Like, the rest of the team already left. They took the compound. You just saw where they are. And now They're going to hop in the vehicles, but it's going to be too late. Mime will get the knock, and there's the flush onto Pippa. We'll see if Ferravero is able to get out of there. It looks like he's already in vehicle, and yeah, he's going to be just out of line of sight. But yeah, that was an interesting decision by OP that doesn't end up paying off for him.
I mean, I understand the strength of the hillside, but it felt like they just got a bit lost in the sauce. There was just too many vehicles shifting around them, and the low ground, I don't know if gave them the defense that they wanted. But hey, there's a firefight that happened, and now everybody wants some. And who is that everybody gonna be? Oh, that's Yin Yang.
Oh my gosh, smokes on a hillside are like putting Carmex on a cold sore. Like it's you think it's helping, but it's really just highlighting it and letting everybody know that there's something going on here. And
but it makes you feel better, right? And
I guess so.
Yeah. So you feel
they stayed alive.
I feel like smokes for a lot of teams are like their nice comfy blanket whenever it's like, I don't know where I'm getting shot from and I don't know what to do. Throw smoke at my feet. That's just to kind of give you some level of comfort. Is Rock going to go ahead and find Launcha? Is having some issues in their rotate as this bridge kind of camped, but kind of not.
Yeah, it's looking like Reza have maybe playing today with 3 as they had 3 last game.
Better with 3. That's an interesting thing.
They were last game, not so much this time around, but I think that was just an unfortunate circumstance of Rock camping that low side of the bridge and it paying off really nicely for them. So maybe they just had a read on their region mates' typical rotation patterns after looting up around that area. So now Martin, well, he's going to be all by himself. And here we go. Let's check in with Alcancia. We're talking about their early game rotation struggles. Circle 1 hasn't really seemed to be too much of a problem. It's when we get to 2 and 3 that things start getting a little bit more complicated. But right now, they're already on the other side of the river. They have a little bit of a high ground spot here that they can do some scouting. So hopefully they will be able to plot out their next move accordingly.
Okay, yeah, looking out. Not too many big moving points having to happen yet. Really just taking a couple of shots to, I guess, make everybody nervous if there's any rotates, but there's not even any rotates happening right now. So it's pretty chill, pretty comfy. Seeing if maybe anything's hiding inside of those destructible jars. We don't ever really get to see that.
It's always just health, at least when I hit them. I don't know if maybe there's other stuff that gets stored in there. I've never seen it, though. It's always been just first aids and boosts anytime I touch them. But Alcancia, you can see playing. They're about to be our northernmost team, as Fate. They're still making their rotation just off to the east on the other side of that small little river. So they will be fine. So Alcacia should know that their backs are free and clear for the most part. And given that this circle has kind of chunked in a big way towards the mainland on the south side, these guys are feeling a lot more comfortable now that they've gotten 8 games under their belt in this lobby. It seems like teams are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable spreading out and going for these more information gathering splits. We'll see if anybody gets punished for that anytime soon. The biggest one, I have to say, who was looking at? Pure, maybe? Big 2-2 from Furia, I guess.
Well, I mean, this is one of those circles that really you don't have to be too aggressive on, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the 2-2 splits. Terminal itself, the hillsides, give you a lot of strength to be playing from. Empire, you can see they're going to be coming in this pretty late. They're going to be close to OP, but really there's not a lot that you have to fight for inside of this circle. It's not until we get maybe a hard shift onto one of the angles that it could be problematic. Everybody's still staying pretty close into the centered meta, so just trying to play the numbers advantages, and with this circle, that's perfectly fine. We still have the river that's going to be over into the east. That's going to kind of be a line of demarcation. We've got, of course, the channel that's going to be running just south of Yongzheng. That's just going to kind of contain everybody. Everybody else, it does get a bit mixed up and a bit more dangerous if we do lean into the fields to the west. So most of our teams just playing rock advantages and hillsides, and this is probably one of the best areas on the map to provide those.
Yeah, it feels like this is going to set up for a pretty slow circle 2 as well. If everything goes according to plan and this shifts over to the mainland here, I think Bestia may be the one team that's kind of questioning their position. Like, they have this high ground hill to work with, but I mean, you can see the number of teams that are just taking pot shots at them from range is mildly unsettling, but it looks like they're going to hold on to it. Oh no, they're going to put all 3 in the car and get on the move now that the circle has popped, and that is actually probably the worst C2 that anybody could have asked for, because it is going to still include a large part of that river.
Yeah, and then it keeps the fields as well. So team's going to be trying to cross that right now. We got potentially dangerous already hopping in vehicles, making the run. Rock's going to be doing that. They're not even inside the safe zone. And with the passing that they've got to go through, Empire's going to be over to the east of them. So easy shifts. They're probably
everybody's sending it. Look at it.
Yep, not going to be too many more options other than that. Over into the east, we do have Fate that's managed to spot out or rotate in what's going on pure RNG. OP, as, yep, Terminal looks like where everybody wants to go, because why would you want to go to the fields? I'm surprised, though, that we're not seeing anybody that's opting to play along the waterfront.
I mean, the waterfront, there's the hills to the north of Terminal, the hills to the south of Terminal. Both of those are still pretty much widely available, but so many teams opting instantly to just send it right into Terminal itself. And credit to Yin Yang, they were the ones that were in there already. They were in a 2-2 split, only 2 inside Terminal, but the second that circle popped, they collapsed onto each other. They've got 4 alive, and you can see they're going to be playing on that eastern edge, as they've got Toyo and now Alcatia also kind of nipping at their heels, just playing their way in as Draft King. Going to spot out Silzen. Big shot to start things off, but can't hit the second one.
Oh, and Mime actually going to get spotted by potentially dangerous back behind him. Bestia pinched in between these positions. Got to be careful. But on the outside of this, Yappa's also looking like he's trying to get involved in what's going to be going on. So this has kind of become a lot of different contained fights, as Vinny does get the knock on to Gabriel. Should be able to get the flush, but no, it's going to be the third party yet again having to step away from it.
Good shots from Ferravero will force Vinny back down. Won't be able to get that flush on a potentially dangerous. As you said, I think they're starting to realize just how occupied this Terminal position is, as OP has played on the south side of this particular little compound, as Bestia maybe finding that their split is not as good as they would have hoped for. And yeah, you can see just on both sides here of Terminal is everybody's very, very close to each other. Benya right on a building just to the side of D. The rest of Alcatia on the eastern side of Terminal. So just holding the line, waiting for an eventual push in from the east, but nothing coming really. Now, that being said, the teams that did send it into this compound, they were the only ones. Everybody else that was kind of spread out around to the south and the east, just kind of making incremental movements instead.
I mean, you have to make some expectations that this is going to be in the next couple of circles, so I can understand the commitment.
Where is Pure going?
Playing around the hillside is going to be one of the bigger factors for it. Are they doing a full wrap and maybe kind of looks like they're going to try to take the northern bridge, cut across, come back maybe around Yongcheng and play along that coastline? That's not a bad idea.
It isn't, and all things considered, I think they were kind of locked out on the other side of the river, and instead of trying to take the chance of running into somebody like Fate, I mean, obviously we can see that Fate was there. I don't think they have any idea. I think they got held out by Mira, but this could play out really nicely. We'll see where the next circle decides to go as we take a look at Terminal. Seems to have calmed down just a little bit. It looks like all the teams that have stayed in have kind of found their homes where they want to play. The new circle does pop, and it's going to still include a good part of that river. So LG, they're immediately sending it to the compounds on that riverside, and it looks like it's going to pay off for them as they get it for free.
New competitor is also entering, and that's going to be Mira, just jumping right into the middle of it all. But Yang Yang staying focused in on Kazia. Mira just gets demolished. Beautiful. They came into the wrong neighborhood.
That was perfect. I mean, that was what Alcatia was set up for. Like, they did not go any further into this facility. And now Empire, they're going to fall. Oh, no. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to see somebody falling. Cowboy already ready. They've got a Panzerfaust in hand. Michael running around, seeing if he can find something. Shimboy going to get knocked low, and Michael will find 2 with the Panzerfaust. And they were not ready for that one. Alcatia, they hold the line for one team, but Empire makes short work of them.
Prep for one, the second one comes through, but hey, now we're going to have the solo and Martin try to run through here. He wants no part of anything that's going to happen with it. Be like, Empire, you guys are fine. Enjoy your positioning. So now Terminal could be cooling off a bit more, but we still have Rock. We still have Team Liquid. We still have Outlaws that all need to make a path into this circle, and the hillsides that they're playing from are not going to be too beneficiary for that. So we might see a couple of teams dancing around Terminal East still to come.
Man, I love actually where Potentially Dangerous is. They've been hanging out on the hills just off to the northwest of all of this, and they've got Gabriel inside the compound itself to give them a little bit more information. It looks like Rock is going to try to slowly make their way in to the westernmost part of Terminal as well. As you can see, still just trading shots between buildings, between Yin Yang and Outlaws. Team Liquid's still on the south side here. They haven't made a commitment just yet either. They're still playing around just the edge of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, it's only phase number 3. Sure, we've got 51 still alive. This has been a lot of early game skirmishing, so it feels a bit later, but I mean, you can still tank it for a bit longer. Fate's going to be the one that's going to be holding them out. Yin Yang, though, just holding down the center of Terminal itself. And look at the lines of control that they have around Taego, Outlaws, Empire, OP, all. None of them making any presses around, just content with their couple of buildings and just going to let Yin Yang have control over pretty much everything.
You can see Pure having some complications here. It looked like they were going to go to the north side, but it looks like they may have tried to come in on the north side of the main island and ran into Fate, which was what we were kind of worried about. They end up going into the blue once again. They'll come in from that western bridge, but remember, Potentially Dangerous was over there, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if Potentially Dangerous in a spot to spring a trap. As we see Furia just kind of keeping eyes on Team Liquid off in the distance. Liquid just slowly making their way in. The new circle does pop, and it will finally come back down. But it's going to cut out that western side of Terminal. So Bestia, Rock, Pure, they're all going to have to find ways in here.
Yeah, it's going to make it pretty complicated. Team Liquid, though, they're luckily right on the edge of the new zone, so don't have to make too big a push in. This hillside does not feel good, but moving in any further doesn't feel very good either. Pure has finally managed to get out of the blue zone up into the northwest. Well, most of them. They still have one member that's still out there next to Yongchuan. Terminal, though, I'm going to be kind of curious to see. Rock can shift more down into the south. That's going to put him pretty close to Team Liquid, so Team Liquid's going to have to be looking to their west for that one. But really, it's just about trying to scout out. This is a pretty open circle for Team Liquid, so you can see kind of how they're kind of hopping, trying to scout out who's going to be shooting at him, and expecting a lot more resistance on this angle. But due to how much is going on in Terminal, not a lot going on over here. So it's almost like leading them into a false sense of security. You know, like, surely somebody's going to be shooting at us in a second.
I worry a little bit for Team Liquid right here, just how split they are, and Rock now starting to make their wrap on that south side, and they might be joined by Pure here eventually. Luke 12 going to be the first one to spot out one. He's going to have a nice spray down in, won't get any knocks, and now Purdy Curdy going to be joining him, but that is Furia taking shots from range. They're actually forcing Rock into the worst possible path, as they're going to go right between the teams at Terminal and Furia, but somehow, some way, Rock managing to stay alive.
They avoided 4 different teams crossfiring onto them to get into this point, and it was messy.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is what you worry about. The second you stop down in an open field, you got to expect the mortars to come. 227. He doesn't have anybody spotting for him either. So this is really just Kurt.
Yeah, I think short.
That might be Sparking might be trying to feed him the information over. But it's going to fall, yeah, as you mentioned, just a little bit short. But you can see the shots still coming in on the Rock. They are not by any means comfortable here. As at least
he's dialed it up. Those might be a bit better off.
The tree.
Where's this one going? Right on top of the
right into his face.
Takes it to the forehead.
What's the point in looking up and seeing where it's going to go if it's just going to fall right on your freaking forehead?
Is this why all the Doritos keep landing on people? They just watch them coming after them?
It might be. I don't know. Well, Bestia, once again, trying to make a move. They're trying to get out of Terminal, and you can see that the problems that they have run into. Vinny, now the last one left alive. Purdy Curdy does get knocked here. I'm not sure if he's going to be resable given where he is. It looks like he might be. Yeah, Luke 12 is right there. Sparking gonna have to spray down in the. I think they're thinking the shots are coming from Rock.
New circle
has popped away from Terminal. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're okay. With the new circle having popped, it's going to be pretty much a no man's land. Only team that's going to be feeling really good about it is going to be Furia. So Rock also still kind of hunkering down. where they're going to be positioned at is going to feel a little bit better, as now all these teams that are on the outside harassing them have to figure out how they're going to get in their circle themselves. Most notably, Team Liquid still has to make a push forward, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be eyeing that rock position line to see if maybe they can get a bit closer, because I don't know, you can't really wrap too much more other than just directly into rock's face.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the play is here for Liquid. The only other thing is to maybe wrap on that eastern edge of the blue and just hope that Furia doesn't focus everybody down in the spot where Fate is on the northeastern side, the hills over there. That's maybe the only other option, but we've still got a number of teams still inside terminal that have got to find their way out, and most notably the Outlaws. As you can see, Yakamasi has the angles onto Team Liquid. The shots just not landing for him though.
And the longer they stay here, they're going to find their own problems to work with. Outlaws have to make moves of their own, and Team Liquid starting to do that shift in. Looks like their eyes are leaning into the south, and there's just a firing line up against Outlaws right now. OP also has to make some moves up into the north. It's also getting pretty hectic because it's going to be potentially dangerous right on top of pure RNG. Potentially dangerous. Tavon's going to go down. Looks like Gabriel was also going to be chasing after it. Not a lot of options to really deal with, so RNG's just got to go. They're hopping in the vehicles, and it's just going to be getting picked apart as they roll through.
Everything's bad here for Pure. As yep, there you go, they're done. You got caught up just in between Toyo, who's still playing from that north side of terminal, and potentially dangerous. Now, PD losing Trayvon there, or Tavon, not ideal, but they still have a little bit of an edge to play with. As Team Liquid had to make the run, they try to share the spot with Rock, but they just get lit up like a Christmas tree. And I think Luke may be the last one left alive. No, Sparking and Alo, they're still playing around in there. They've somehow managed to stay alive, but you can see the kill feed just lighting up as Outlaws finding angles onto Empire as Terminals coming to a head.
Yeah, I mean, everybody deciding instead to take a piece out of Team Liquid. Everybody, though, has to figure out this neighborhood inside of Terminal. They've got to fight on top of each other. Team Liquid is going to get eliminated. Fury is going to maintain control over this position. How much more do they want to go after Rock? Instead, they look back behind and spot out Fate. So they're going to try to stop them off. Fate has to not really make any big moves, so that's not too scary for them. But Terminal, man, we still got Toyo over here. We still got Yin Yang. We've got Outlaws, and it is precariously close to the Rock position.
Ooh. Oh, Yin Yang and Toyo been eating. Toyo playing from that northern side. They had some good angles. They start pushing down here into the south, but Yin Yang was kind of the beneficiary. They cleaned up the most, I think, out of everybody. Outlaws playing from that south side. They're still in it. They're starting to push in. BL and the rest of Rock, they managed to stay alive as the new circle popped, and it's cutting out Terminal altogether. So you got to imagine this is going to be just a mutual self-destruction between three teams here.
Oh, who can get out of it? Oh no, LG cuts a path in brazenly right next to Bestia as well as Fate. That means that they're going to get high ground looking back over into this and could really pick apart whoever's trying to leave Terminal. Toyo, Yin Yang, Outlaws, they have to fight their way through this one, but Rock also realizing they can step out and be a bit more aggressive in their defense on this line. Outlaws is being held out, being forced to kind of look a bit more north, and Yin Yang still kind of focused in on the north as well. Toyo just wants nothing to do with it, but if they wrap up to the north, they could bump into potentially dangerous. Luckily, they've taken the shots into potentially dangerous and forced potentially dangerous into vehicles and a run directly into Fate's lines, so that is at least one contender now removed.
Yeah, potentially dangerous. We'll take out Bestia, so that's the last player there. I gotta say it, man. I was very nervous for Rock in this position that they took very early because they didn't really have any other better options, but they've managed to keep all four alive as Toyo will dispatch LG. They had to leave the terminal, and they put it right onto LG's spot, and they take them out, and now potentially dangerous, and Fate just trading utility between these small dips here on the eastern side of the circle.
Okay, that's calmed down at least and gotten Toyo into a position potentially dangerous, also kind of eyeing out what's going to be going on, but the remnants of what's going on in Terminal, Yin Yang just getting picked off. They're going to go down. Outlaws nowhere to go as well. And yes, it's just going to be continual kills being fed into Rock, who have been under so much pressure for so long in these circles and surviving and almost thriving in it.
I mean, that was such a dangerous place to play, and they have just managed to make it work for them and stay alive, and now they are reaping the rewards. playing from that southwestern side. They still have that high ground. They still have to avoid Furia here. And, they get a crate. They get a nice little care package drop right on top of them. So that's helpful. And Souls now, he's got an angle onto Fate. We'll take a few shots over before having to pull back down because of Toyo. But look at that. 9 kills now for Rock. 680 damage for Fantastico. And now he's got a Lynx. Be afraid.
Oh, this is an interesting situation for Rock. They're starting to chain together all of these kills. They're starting to find new opportunities for themselves, getting tons of loot in the situation. So really, all the attrition battles that would have borne down all of their ammo and meds starting to get replenished, most notably off of Liquid, who made a very concerted push in. Circle pops, and Furia just still keeps the compound. Potentially Dangerous as Dip still in. 3 teams, and Rock, Toyo, and Fate all having to move.
Man, Furia just getting to stay inside that compound. That is absolutely huge for them. But Rock, that snowball continuing on after they had a decent game last game. Now they have 9 kills for themselves, hoping to find some more. Fate will get a nice knock there. We haven't really gotten a chance to talk too much about Fate here today, as they were having a little bit of a hard time, but finding them here in the top 5 with all 4 alive, that is huge for that squad. And we'll see if they can find some success here.
Jumping, and they're just all inside the bushes right now. That's a rough life to live.
It's not great. Well, the good thing for Fate here is that they've got a lot of utility. If they can just, I don't know if they have the smokes to keep themselves safe from Rock and Toyo long enough to make a push onto PD's spot, but that knock right there from Fantastico is going to slow things down considerably.
That is the benefit, right? Is Potentially Dangerous is also looking at Toyo. They don't have good angles into what's going on with Fate, so that might give Fate a little bit more time. Problem is, Rock down to the south also has to move, and they've got a couple of crates that they can kind of play around. A couple of rocks. Rock can play around a couple of rocks, So now we're going to have to see with the metal and how much Rock can really get out of this. As BL putting that work into Toyo is going to open up some more movement. If Toyo goes down, Rock can move, Fate can move, but neither can move based off of the positioning of Toyo for now, and Toyo is holding it together enough to time out the entirety of the circle.
There you go, 10 kills now for Rock, and they're actually going to make moves. They found themselves a rock to play, and they smoked it off early, and they've managed to keep everybody alive. See if they are in distance to find this knocks on to Toyo. It's not going to happen, but Fantastico, give him a Lynx every game, man. The guy is up to almost 1,000 damage here, as he is just sending shots down range into Fate.
Toyo goes down, Rock in circle right now, Fate in trouble. Nowhere to really go. Fate now eliminated. It is going to be Potentially Dangerous, Furia, and Rock. But Zakraken has stepped very far forward as the new circle has popped. He's going to be inside of it, and yet again, it's going to be Rock chasing the circle.
Yeah, Furia, just that compound was just too strong in the end, as Potentially Dangerous trying to get different positions to see if they can maybe get some points off of this, as Rock will have to move. Once again, they still have those vehicles. I don't know if they still have those vehicles. Actually, you can see the smoldering wreckage of the vehicle, so I don't think they have much left in the tank, as it were, but they still got 13 kills for themselves. They're lacking utility at this point. The only prayer that they have is getting a couple of knocks to open up a window, but it does not look like Fury is giving those away.
Yeah, this is really what we're looking at, a 7-on-4, because Potentially Dangerous and Furia, they don't really care about each other at this stage. I mean, you can see that they're glancing over there, but they've got these hills, these slight dips down that they're going to both be playing from. So really, it's just trying to see if they can take out the threat in Rock. And so Rock's going to have to roughly take down 2 different teams, or get at least force enough knocks to do something. And that's just not going to be doable. And just nade yourself. And denying out points, man. Or maybe got knocked while he had a nade out. I don't know which one.
Honestly, I mean,
they into the being smart and saying we don't want to give points to the enemy.
Well, they know that Furia is 4 deep in this compound, right? So you're chasing them. Don't give Furia more points. it is a strategy. And as a result, Furia, they've only got 2 kills, right? So even if they do end up getting this win against Potentially Dangerous, they're not really getting a whole lot out of it. So Potentially Dangerous, it looks like Haven has managed to get himself into the forward position here. The rest of the guys still have these ridges and hills to work around. The emergency cover has been dropped for Haven, so it gives them a little bit of extra something that they can work around. But Potentially Dangerous, don't count them out just yet. Furia has to be careful about how they deal with this. They don't want to give these guys 1v1s.
I mean, and Potentially Dangerous is a squad that can absolutely unload. Yesterday, we saw them in the middle 2 maps pick up 17 kills. So they are in their comfort zone right now, cresting the hills, trying to play around them. A lot of smokes going down. We are in phase 9 as everything is collapsing in. Posa creeping a lot closer. Those smoke walls being navigated by both sides as it's very aggressive positionings coming out on both sides. This is both teams wanting to take the firefight. Spray comes out from Haven, does get the knocks. And Kraken gets one on the other side. And now the peaks are coming out. It all comes up for Furia.
Very nicely done there at the end. Clinical stuff from Furia to strike from both sides of the circle at the same time, and they end up getting the win. But Rock is the one that ended up feasting the most when it comes to kills, damage, and everything else. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Rock ended up with even more points than Furia after that one. So, got to give credit where credit is due. Furia does get the win. They had that compound that they were able to sit in. They didn't commit fully to Terminal. Instead, they take the compound just on the outside, and it ends up paying off huge for them.
I mean, it's one of those situations where it feels bad because you can see squads around you starting to frag out. But you've got such a good position, you just have to stick with it, right? And so we know that Furia is a squad that can frag out, but again, I am incredibly impressed by how Rock played that. They handled being 3rd and 4th partied inside of that dip, mortars coming down on top of them, and consistently kept heart and mindset focused on goals while picking up kills and made it really late into that game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a million times where teams take that position that Rock played and try to play it safe too late, and they end up going down and getting pressed between the Furia compound and whoever's coming out of Terminal. But Rock actually timing it very, very nicely that time around and making sure that they were the aggressor onto those that were coming out of Terminal and clearing their backs before they were able to get taken by surprise. But that is going to be our game 3 down. So halfway through the day, we'll take a little bit longer break and let all our players reset a little bit before we go into the back half of the day. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Hello, friends. We are back for the second half of the day. 3 games out of the way. Most recently, our Taego map, which was won by Furia. Now they find themselves back in the win column. Get to see what our overall leaderboard looks like. Toyo still sitting at the top. Rock Esports right behind. Furia in third. Now remember, Matt, after PGS, Latin America was making a run, and they look like they might be doing the same here on EWC.
I know, the cutoff line being at Furia right now, and our top 3 who would go forward at our halfway point. This is the official halfway point, so means Cadicea is going to be back on 4th, just 3 points out. Luminosity back behind that. Yin Yang, who's been just very consistent, man.
They're sticking around.
Hanging out in 6th. Team Liquid down in 7th, and potentially dangerous back behind them, as it is just getting dicier the further we go. I mean, this is starting to get to the point where the squads that really want to get in those top 3s, you can't keep stacking up bad games, man. Can't happen.
Yeah, I think if you're, we're all the Americas now, chat. We're all one big happy family. However, if you found yourself in a position where you're rooting for North American teams, you really got to kind of hope that Liquid, Luminosity, and Alcacia start finding a little bit more consistency from game to game, because these Latin American teams, they're not going away, and they have proved already this year that they have every right to be in the top spot. So it's time to start making a run, boys. If you're going to do it, we're in the second half of the whole grand finals. You're running out of time,
and it's hard because whenever you're chasing the top 3 and you just keep getting up into that position, like in 4th, and then you slide down a little bit, and then you get up at 4th again and you slide down again.
It's very close.
It's so mentally draining, man, because it just feels like you're Sisyphus, right? You're just trying to push the boulder, do all this other stuff. It's so hard because you just want to have that big pop-off game, but every time it's just not working out for you to get it. And having to rely on that big pop-off game is its own problem, because those don't come a lot. Sure, we can talk about Cadicea managed to pick up 2 of them back to back, but that is so rare in these short form events.
Yeah, no, and especially seems like there's a lot more parity in this lobby this year, a lot more parity throughout the Americas this year, as I don't know if it's, I guess this is a debate that you can have amongst yourselves, Chad, if you so feel like it. But it used to be we had the top 4 teams that were just, head and shoulders above everybody else. But now it seems like kind of up and down the leaderboard there's a lot more shots for other teams to get involved. Now, is that because the best teams have gotten worse, or is the rest of the field, the rest of the pack just caught up? Discuss.
Discuss amongst yourselves. It's an old meme. Hold through.
Yeah, it checks out.
It's
a chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss.
Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Northern Empire. It's my favorite one. All right, so you can see that Empire taking a couple of shots from Team Fate, but nothing too scary at the start. Most teams pretty separated out right now. It should be noted that it is going to be LG and the test track position, so going to be pretty good.
Hey now.
Circle pops, and it's going to be pretty west of test track in that very open area. Pretty much directly between test track and Jouw 10 is going to be our center point.
Yeah, those are fun. Just south of Stadium. Maybe we'll get a little lucky and maybe we'll get a Stadium finish. Those are always exciting. As Team Liquid is currently looting up in that position right now. We'll see where they decide to go. A lot of teams still off to the east and to the south. As we see Team Fate, Empire, they're running from one tough spot into another here, and they're getting chased down as they run through the forest by Team Fate.
We need points. We need anything. These guys are weak. Go. We're getting into Game 6 scrims times. It feels that way, but really it's just we need to get any points, and is that going to be enough to get Empire space? I think it should be.
That kind of puts a damper on the chase here. And they did have some backup coming. So, yeah, that's another rock. Okay. Or wait, what was that? There was nothing there. He ran into something. Not sure. Anyway, love the Pico buses. Love the, although I'm sure, I don't love playing against them. I don't like getting run up on by them when I can't hear them, but I do like them. Oh, no.
Well, one of my favorite things about the Pico
cause some problems there for Fate.
I'm never going to forget it. So we were in China, right? We went out to go to dinner with, who was it? It was
James Toffee,
It was
Bella.
Pinkerton's birthday. That's what it was for. That's right. And I remember that we spot, like, there's a Pico bus that's outside, and Colars is just like, Pico, losing his mind. And every single time anybody points out a Pico bus now, it just pops in there.
It was a police Pico bus.
It was.
It was a full size bus on top of that.
I say it's way bigger than what I was expecting.
It was. Well, you see, Roth has serving as point man for Alcatia. A little bit of a slow start for them today, but fortunately, the success that they had in those last two games of yesterday have kind of made it okay. But now they really need to start getting back into things as the rest of the field has caught up, and Roth going to be pushing a little bit further into that south side of the yin yang split. Ikus and Kane, they're still up over towards Zhao Tin. So if all of Alcatia pushes in here, Trisk could be in trouble. We'll see how quickly they decide to make that push. It doesn't look like it's going to be quickly at all. I mean, Cowboy's out in Jadina City. Good God, man, where are you at?
He's getting all the loot. I mean, we did.
Yeah, that's why he's sitting on a level 1 helmet and 1 grenade.
Yeah, okay. Things happen sometimes. We'll have to see. Yappa, I think, looks like he keeps dancing around that vehicle. It's scary to get into.
It's trying to make decisions. Like, are you leaving? Are you staying? Are you leaving? They're taking shots. They're not taking shots at anything in particular. Like, they're just taking shots. Oh, now they're taking shots at something in particular. They spot Alcatia making their way in, and they are all there. Japa just going to try to retreat back to Trisk as quickly as possible.
That's going to be a pretty hefty run if they need to get out of this position. Kind of keeping an eye on where vehicles are lined in. So I think that Trisk has one next to him. So should be an easy enough way to, because really, Cadsia can't push out. They still have to wait for Cowboy, and Cowboy still has to deal with Rock that's going to be kind of close to him on this rotate. So he has to be very careful, all isolated and by himself.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Ikus is rescuing the boys here.
Pick up. Best give me all the stars, bro. I just saved your life. Best Uber.
Well, I was wondering, I was kind of keeping an eye on it because I was wondering if Yin Yang, given the success that they have had so far this tournament, the kind of confidence that they've been playing with, if they decided to send all 4 down here to take that fight with Alcatia. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and play from the position that Kane is in.
This is a very interesting situation, right? Because you know that Yin Yang has to assume that all 4 members for Cadisia are there, but they're not. Oh, yeah. So they're like, oh, it's a 2v4, guys. Let's go ahead and get out of here. But no, it's really just a 2v3. And so that's just one of those weird situations where they're playing safe, and I guess they're playing it right. It's just there was an opportunity there.
Yeah, but you know what? Discretion, the better part of valor. We'll see if Yin Yang ends up making it to the late game here. Team Liquid, after leaving Stadium, you can see they are kind of playing around in the compounds and fields just off to the south. Looks like they may have secured themselves a little bit of a crate too. So not a bad pickup for them. And meanwhile, Cowboy still off to the south. I think he saw Rock just in front of him. So that's going to slow things down just a bit. And that's also going to put the rest of Alcatia on notice that there's a 4-man squad coming in from the south. We'll see if we can keep eyes on it, but you may have company here soon.
No, Cowboy taking the long way around. Way down to the south, we've got Empire and Pure RNG. They're kind of close to each other.
Cowboy.
Not too much going on. Oh, is he riding into the sunset?
Yeah, well, it could
Maybe.
be.
Maybe. It's too close to Rocky.
He's currently driving west, so depending on the time of day that it is on Rondo, he could be driving into the sunset.
Gotta keep them mouse fingers warm. Shoot the ground, teach it respect, and exactly. Curry, no. I don't think this is as safe as you think it is.
Delivery. Oh no. Goodness gracious, Gump just put him on his back, and now all of a sudden Furia I mean, this is what I was wondering if Yin Yang was going to do. If they figured this out and they were going to try to take the fight, Outlaws, they've got nothing left to lose. They want to get in here and try to get some points if they can. Haven all by himself. They'll have the peak battle around the window. Haven only has 2 bullets left in the M4. He's got to pick up some rounds from his knocked teammate, and fortunately he gets them just as the rest of Outlaws arrive. The spray comes through, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock.
Okay, but that means that all the reinforcements are there. Posa, who'd passed off the ammo, now is all by himself. No res. The timings on that, having to do the ammo switch, really denied out a lot. So just a bit of an economy coming back to bite Furia there. They're starting to try to rally the troops back together. But it looks like Outlaws actually does have momentum in this firefight.
Let's see if Gizera can spot out 9-1. Oh, 9-1, getting that first headshot. Or actually not a headshot, just probably to the neck. But it's going to be enough to force Gizera to pull back away.
Which would almost hurt worse, wouldn't it?
I would think. Well, if you're getting a hit in the head, you're probably not going to feel it because you're just going to be dead.
Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, there's only certain parts. Getting shot in the neck, like, everything's bad, right?
I would think so. I would think it's not great. But Furia, okay, they got Posa back on his feet, which is huge. So now they can get back involved in this scrap and be at full strength as Outlaws still playing from that outside location. Now, this is just kind of off to the east of dead center of this zone. Outlaws Gump will try to take the high ground, but it looks like they're just going to get the call to pull away. Yeah,
I guess losing the ability to go for that flush just feels like they don't really have the way to fight through. So
they're getting shot at by LG now. They don't have. Oh my goodness, Haven. Dragunov is disgusting, bro.
Yeah.
Dragunov is just gross.
I mean, they had a building and they could have gone for the flush. Interesting as
it looked like they were trying to play from the outside, and then LG and Bestia all got vision on that, and they started taking shots in the backside, and it took too long. It took too long. The stopwatch for Outlaw in their heads for how much time they wanted to devote to that just went off. So good on them for pulling away, and it's unfortunate that they lose one in the process, but that was just
that's also
banging shot from Haven.
Heady play coming up from Fury, realizing the fact that the pacing had gone back in their favor, pushed into the compounds, heard the vehicles coming out, knew the fact that there was an opportunity to maybe get one, so get you what you can. And I mean, that's a good rally in defense coming back up from what was a not good situation from Furia.
Stadium circle, baby. Let's go. Mira already going to be the first one to send it in, and you can see all the different colored Skittles on your map are all making their way in. Team Liquid, interestingly enough, going to hold on to that 2-2 split and see if they can maybe catch people making their rotations. You can see the shots coming through onto Alcacia, but no joy in the terms of a knock so far.
Okay, so looking out, it is a ton of moving factors, and Team Liquid's going to have a plethora of targets that they can take shots at. Can't see it goes by. Here comes Potentially Dangerous. In a potentially dangerous situation, rolling through. Back behind them is going to be Empire. That should be the tail end of this line. Making a very far western wrap is going to be Rock. Pure RNG is going to come in back behind this one, so it looks like Cadizia is going to do the quick stop off. That's going to force Potentially Dangerous a bit further out, but Roth is going to come down as a cost for getting this position.
Yeah, Liquid got one. They end up getting Roth, the trailing man. Cowboy still hasn't arrived yet either, as Alcacia take the first compound, but you can see on that mini-map, everything is getting crashed here. Potentially Dangerous taking both sides here. Rello actually going to get a knock there onto OP as a EMP. That's the worst place you can flip the vehicle. Oh no.
And that's going to be problematic. I mean, can you at least get somebody past this? As Razav is going to go down, Shinboy does crest the hillside and looks like he's going to be in the new kill box as a ton of teams are going to be able to spin back around. But actually, nobody is really caught up. Everybody's looking into what's going on in Stadium right now, so Shinboy is kind of stealing this.
Yeah, this is going to be pushing in, but where do you go? I mean, there's a little bit of a hill there. He could play. He's going to try to, he's going to go run right into LG. This is Bad News Bears, and that is going to do it for our young, intrepid boy of Shin. And that is going to be it for Empire here in this game, as everybody has now made their way into Stadium. It looks like most of the vehicles are done. The only team still moving around is Rock on the southwest and Pure on the southeast.
I actually kind of like the gamble play on Team Liquid to not go back into Stadium, Sure, if we see this go into stadium, it's going to be a bit complex to get back in, but it's not the hardest thing to actually encroach back into. If the circle pops away from it, though, they are in an amazing position for the later stages of this game. So it's a pretty big gamble. I mean, it doesn't have a lot of risk to it, but if it pays off, it will be massive for Team Liquid.
You can see that E pickup has been popped, and that's Furia. They're outside of stadium. I don't think that they have any intention of taking this, but I think if it does go directly on top of stadium, they're putting themselves in a spot where they can catch it and they will get in the sky, and they will, I mean, the angle that the helicopter is going is going to take them right over the top. So, yeah. Okay, I think you stick around here if you're Furia. I think you let this one just slide away.
I mean, it's not bad to maybe throw off the pacings of the other emergency pickups if anybody was wanting to try to do one. Toyo's on the outside over into the northeast. Pure RNG is down into the southeast. Rock still not quite finding the circle, and they're going to be over into the west. Ying right up against the zone wall is going to have a couple areas that they can play from, but it looks like Team Liquid is also going to start trying to regroup. That hill over the west was kind of tempting, but feeling like maybe they're spreading themselves out. Meanwhile, Fate, potentially dangerous. Alcadzia, OP, as well as Luminosity Gaming and Mira, all in stadium, but only Mira in stadium proper.
Yeah, I'm looking at Bestia. I think they've got a really good spot if they can figure out how to get rid of Toyo, or if they can at least take one or two off of Toyo as they try to make their way in from Bamboo on that northeastern side. Bestia is looking over in that direction. Also keeping an eye on Rock. Where are they going to go? TL still in that 2-2 split that served them well so far, but now they've got Rock and Pure coming in from the south side. They might want to think about getting everybody back together. But we'll see what they decide to do. Meanwhile, all our teams that are inside, that sent it into stadium, looks like they're going to go ahead and stay where they're at for the time being. All our teams kind of on the south side have paths up into the hills. But I mean, it's obviously everything is going to be dangerous anytime you try to leave this position.
Yeah, Pure is getting closer and closer to Team Liquid's positioning right now. So, gotta be careful. Luke looks like he's going to be the first line of defense. Rock is going to play into the hillside. That is to the west of Team Liquid's 2-2 split. They're going to find that pretty much for free, so it's the other purple that's going to be way off in the distance over there on the left side of your screen. That's going to feel pretty good for them, as there's a lot of maneuverability from that hillside, actually.
Man, I would... I'm not, like, I know these guys. I love these guys. They've been playing forever. They're some of the smartest guys in the game. I don't like this 2-2 from them. I really kind of wish they would take Alo and Luke and either have them rejoin Kurt and Sparking in that compound, or put Alo and Luke on the north side in the hills, kind of overlooking stadium, kind of play around in that area. But leaving these guys out here is dangerous. But never mind, if you can hit grenades like that, you can stay down here all you want. Get paid, young man.
You just got Cinca Pow Pow. Is the explosion going to take him down? All right, so that should at least stop off anybody wanting to make any shifts in. I'm kind of with you. It is nerve-wracking to play this position, right? This 2-2 split, but it's a very open field. And if you can keep control over it, man, you can rack up some kills. Team Liquid sitting at 4 right now. But if anything goes wrong, if two teams opt into coming at you at the same time, with the potential of what could happen with Rock as well as Pure that is so danger close now, it could be its own issue. So it looks like maybe the rally is going to come up. The new circle does pop. They do feel that they're a bit too close to the zone wall, and they are going to finally regroup. Well, it looked like they were.
Yeah, I think the presence of Rock is what's going to force them to go ahead and rejoin here, and they'll go ahead and keep 4 inside the compound for now. But having some eyes on that hill to see what's coming in and out of the stadium might be helpful. But you can see they're getting peppered from a couple of different directions right now. So we'll see what they decide to do. They're just kind of keeping the cars safe. It looks like, oh, but the new circle, yeah, just stay in there. Just castle up, man.
I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier with Team Liquid. This 2-2 split and not making the commitment back into stadium, it's paying up big. They have a great firing lines on a very open circle. And now everybody that's clustered around stadium is all going to have to fight amongst themselves. Look at what's going to be going on. Toyo's going to have to make a wrap around. There is a directed wall all the way down stadium. We've got Ying Yang that's in the middle of it, Rock that's all the way down side, Fate that's going to be holding it up. Where does Toyo even go? Mira is going to have to make some type of move. Ooh. Mira does spot out Capitan, at least takes him down. In the east, it's going to be just as bad because there is that lake that's going to be over there. All the teams are going to be funneled down into the south.
Yeah, Toyo going to lose Capitan for that one. And yeah, they've just had no luck in regards to this circle. They obviously didn't want to send it into the stadium proper. They wanted to just play around the edges, wait for those zones to shift away. And it did, but they've just been kind of on the wrong side of the shift every time. And now they're having to send it in, and they're going to push right into Fate, and they're going to lose Rybo. Benya will get inside the compound, but Fate, the duo, will try to take him out as quickly as possible. Emmy going to arrive late as well.
Everybody from Fate jumping out of the high ground positions. Want to see if they can walk it back down from the lower
The
section.
Pico!
He tries to go for it, but Benya pops him up from the air.
Pena with the flying Panzerfaust will get taken down. He's going to find him. He's going to get the flush. And now Flanker will come around to see if he can spot him out. There you go. Toyo will go down, and our top team in the lobby is out in 14th place.
That was that was a very needed Panzerfaust to turn that fight back around. So, I mean, sometimes you just got to have faith in your fraggers to pull it off, and that is exactly what happened. New contenders are approaching, though, as Mira is coming up back behind. Similar pathing, so Fate doesn't have time really to reset.
LG managed to find a route to get into those hillsides just to the north of Team Liquid's compound. They're playing at 4 straight right now, but yeah, Team Mira, as you said, on foot.
Hands are fast.
Quietly making their way through. I'm not sure if Fate knows anything about this just yet. They don't hear any vehicles, but yeah, Tater has stopped down, and he hears the pitter-patter of little Mira feet making their way through. And so far have not revealed themselves. The rest of Fate putting themselves in position to see if they can capitalize off of this as well.
They go up that stairwell, man. It is going to be bloody, and they're wolf packing it all together. If they stack up into this, Tater's playing it safe, playing it slow, trying to feed the information over so that way they know how to be protected. Flanker's taking a lot of damage, though. Those shots are opening up some movement for Tater, but it's going to be Fanta that's actually going to start being a bit more aggressive. Everybody from here is starting to step out. Tater has to reveal himself, goes for the shots, does get the knock.
Beautiful position there for Tater, and he gets exactly what he needed, the knock and the flush. He will get knocked low. Unfortunately, though, Flanker and Mio are both going to go down, and now Tater, the last player left alive here for Fate. But they have done the damage onto Mira. You can see Fakeson and VH said the last 2 players remaining, as the it looks like potentially dangerous still on the other side of the street here. They haven't found angles, and they're not taking shots into this, but they're starting to get interested.
Yeah, and we still also have Catasia that's going to be over here, and I think that's one of the reasons we haven't seen Potentially Dangerous do too much. Just the positioning you can see coming up from Catasia being their own thorn. So, Tater on top's got to be careful. LG, though, they've got a lot of nades coming after him, and that's going to be Bestia that's throwing him out. All of them a bit too far to hit Snakers, though.
Yeah, LG.
With that car.
I mean, they look at the little fort that they've set up for themselves, but it doesn't matter. Mime will find the shot, the spray will get Snakers down. 1 HP on Mime as the rest of Bestia still arriving.
Okay, reinforcements coming in strong. Not yet inside the safe zone. Mine just a couple of steps away from it. Vinny's going to be spotting out a bit of what's going to be going on. Hearing the firefight that's going to be going on between Potentially Dangerous trying to make their shift in around Catasia. Mira also just trying to make their push in. Tater still alive, going to be over there. Spray's going to be coming out from Vinny. Doesn't quite connect. Spots them all out on the wall, but that does slow down Potentially Dangerous.
Bestia getting pulled into 2 separate directions there. I think Mime and the rest of the, or Mime and Zito were both looking to get rid of LG, but Vinny and DraftKing get a little bit distracted by Potentially Dangerous. They'll pick up a couple of points for it. So now they can start making their way in, but they are now down to a duo and they're playing from outside of zone. But look at what they're getting done here. They're getting a lot accomplished as they come in from that north side, but Vinny will go down as DraftKing will collect another kill. So 5 points now picked up for Bestia. We'll see if DraftKing can find a beautiful grenade here. He's got them highlighted. They've got the smoke laid down. It's going to fall just short.
Gets another couple of chunks back out there. And who's the last one alive? We got to see it right now. It's Cowboy. He went on his long adventure and was coming into the tail end of this one. It's going to be Cowboy. It takes the shots and actually finishes off DraftKing, finding a couple, at least getting something out of it. We're so close to placement points, but there's so many tattered teams. We still have 9 up and alive with 24 players still in this one.
And Team Liquid still get to just hang out in their compound and kind of make Takes shots at everything going on around him. His Cowboy, that's going to hurt. Yeah, fakes in. We'll spot him out as Gats has gone down as well. So everybody's just kind of getting picked off. As 7 kills now for Team Liquid, and they've got eyes on Furia right now. Yeah, that is a sprint into a grenade if I've ever seen one. 2 of them just going and sending it as quickly as possible. Let's clean out our backs. And well, you know these guys don't miss grenades.
Oh, the car flip. The car flip is so big.
Not the car flip onto Gazera.
Okay. So Team Liquid now in control over pretty much everything except for the hillside that LG and Yin Yang are hiding in. Rock has to make a shift out from their hillside that they're playing that's down to the southwest. Pure RNG is way down there to the south. They've got to make a car rush across this one, but Team Liquid, this position is starting to pay off in kills galore, sitting at 8 right now.
Once again, man, Yin Yang 4 alive.
Yep.
They're coming into this late game with everybody up, and they're not in the worst position ever. Like, if they can get rid of LG, if they can combine their powers with Team Liquid to get rid of LG here, there'd be it'd feel a lot more comfortable. But LG, they're doing their best to survive here. Only 1 kill for Yin Yang so far. Triss taking shots through the corner edge of the smoke, but not finding any success.
Hey, gotta make something happen off of this. So Yin Yang focused in 2 different firefights right now. The Rock side of it doing a bit better, but that gets some assistance coming out from Team Liquid as well. LG have been on their own tear today. They've been finding a lot of successes. They've got some good angles to play from with the remnants of what's going to be going on with that drop-down cover from the heavens. So they're kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with pretty much Team Liquid at range. But hey, don't forget about the fact that OP is still alive. Rivera is creeping up closer and closer to Team Liquid.
Yeah, Rivera, I mean, Liquid's not even concerned about looking in that wide open field. They figure if somebody was going to do it, they would have seen it by now.
Yeah.
Rock had to make the full send, and unfortunately for them, they are getting picked apart as they do so. Pure, they've still got 3 up, and it looks like they're going to find a way in, but now they're going to have Rock joining them as well. You can see a couple of knocks there onto Pure as they survive through the smokes, and so far LG has been able to defend this hilltop fortress that they've created for themselves.
I really like that what we saw Pure trying to do there. They were trying to use Team Liquid being distracted, taking shots at Rock as their way to sneak into the circle, and they pretty much get away with it. I mean, they do lose Valiate, but now the crossfire is coming through. Curdy also has left his compound and is running forward, so you know what that means. You know that there's going to be a nade that's going to be popping off here in just a second as LG still has to continue to press. Circle pops in, and it still stays next to Team Liquid and open fields galore. No hillsides remaining.
There you go, Curdy. We'll steal one away. He didn't have any more grenades, but he had a blue zone grenade.
Good enough.
That'll be enough. Luminosity trying to take care of what's left of Yin Yang, but Iku's will hit that Panzerfaust to take down one. Kane and Jappa, and Iku's playing around those smokes. Bizzler, will they stop down to try to go for this res? I think they might kind of have to, as Vox is just going to go ahead and recycle the smokes.
Hey, but it's throwing off pacings.
That's big. Kane.
Yeah, I mean, Rock is kind of watching this from the outside. So the more that they can get in on it, it'll be pretty detrimental. Yin Yang, they need to finish this fight faster. Actually, the longer it kind of goes on, it's a bit beneficiary for LG because it's more and more pressure, gives them more open angles to be playing from. Just that tree not going to be enough, as it is going to be a full press coming out. There we go. It's Luminosity's Hillside for the time being, but Hillside isn't in play. Yappa's already on the run for Yin Yang. He's trying to get into the circle before LG does.
Look at that. 5 kills for Young Vox with 291 damage. That math ain't mathin', but now they've got eyes on Rock, and Rock in a tough spot here. Curdy also needs to be careful because he's just bouncing around like a bunny out there in the marshes, trying to see if he can finish off what's left of Rock, and that's a well-placed grenade once again as RBN, the last one left alive, and Curdy will finish him off. Liquid is just farming.
Bro, they want EWC right now. This is some aggressive play, but if there's one man that can mess it up, it's going to be Rivera, who gets the knock onto Alo on top. Can he get the knock onto the second one? Too many targets. Everybody comes after him, and Team Liquid, somehow Curdy, the guy that's running around in the middle of everyone, isn't the one that goes down. It's the one at the compound.
And Sparking's got an arm.
Oh.
I mean, this is unfair at this point. They're up to 14 kills. Halo, we'll see if they actually slow down. They're not even going for the revive on the Halo. They're just like, God bless. We'll just go for the win right here. Team Liquid getting a 16 kill victory in match 10.
That is so smartly played on so many different levels. Assuming that so many teams are going to have to go into Stadium, hoping the fact that the way that the numbers work out, the circle is going to pop away from Stadium, giving you this field control to rack up kills. Team Liquid needed a big game, and they finally got it.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and they got lucky in the fact that the circle kept pulling away from Stadium. They never had to leave their compound, and but you can see, even though they got that luck, you still had Purdy Curdy out there like a madman, just running across the street in the wide open to try to make sure that they secured those points off of those teams that were beaten and bruised coming from that south side, and that's how you end up with 16 and a dub. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will go into our final two matches of the day on Erangel.
chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La di da di da da da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La di da di da da.
And a big win for Team Liquid on Rondo sets them up nicely for the end of the day. 2 games remaining here in day number 2 of these EWC qualifiers. I'm Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matchroom. And Matchroom, it was a South American leaderboard there for at least one game.
I mean, even if Team Liquid's at the top of it now after a big game, it still kind of is, right? Because they got Sparking.
They're still looking good. Well, okay. We're taking Sparking. All right. Sparking belongs to us now. He's all ours. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, still Taego, Rock, Furia. Not as great a game that time around, but still 2 more left on Erangel. They still have plenty of time to find a little bit more success to close out the day and set them up nicely going into day number 3. Remember, guys, top 3. That is the only teams that will be going on to EWC to join Team Falcons, who have already made it based on their power rankings ranking. Yeah.
And so it's been a lot of hopes for the Team Liquid fans out there. It's been a lot of 4th place hanging out, but I feel after the last game, they finally breached it. And remember, we're going to be going over to Erangel. They had a very good game on Erangel yesterday. We know that the squad plays Erangel well. This was a lot more of what we would be expecting from Team Liquid. I mean, Kurt running around throwing nades, 2-2 splits with strong control. It felt like this was the Team Liquid everybody was expecting to be happening all day yesterday. It finally made its appearance, and it felt good, I would say.
No, absolutely. Even before the end game, whenever they were 4 deep in the compound, you saw Alo and Luke holding on to that Southern 2-2 split. And even though they had Rock and Pure starting to encroach upon their compound, they held it out, managed to pick off a kill. And it wasn't until later that they finally made that push. So not panicking like I did in calling for them to regroup a little bit earlier, but instead sticking around and just making sure that they collected any points that were available to them.
And it was a good call. Again, remember, this is a team that dropped around Stadium. They could have gone there early. They specifically chose this. And yeah, the Circles did play that, but you have to assume that based off the way that the Circles tend to move, that this was a very smart call to be playing from. There was some risk in it, but this was a very measured, smart risk that even if they need to go back into Stadium, this was all around very smart, very controlled, and just an absolute vibing Team Liquid. Now, on the inside of that, there's a lot of other moving factors that we have to look at. There was also the Stadium firefight. We saw some big plays. I mean, we saw airborne freaking Panzerfaust coming into play outside there. So that's an amazing series of things that we don't usually get to see. And just an absolute bloodbath of teams just trying to extricate themselves from Stadium and the hillside being so strong, where LG managed to pick up a lot.
Yeah, that was really well played there by LG at the end, although I don't think they ended up getting as many points out of it as they would have preferred, but they stayed alive. They got to the later game. They still got some kills off of it. Taego didn't have as much success that time around, but they were causing problems for people. They were having a chase circle, though, unfortunately, and everything was just shifting away from where they were hoping that it would play out. Rock actually had a little bit of success there, playing from that southwestern side. Were able to stay alive for a pretty good amount of time until they were eventually finally forced to push into a really tough position and get finished off by Liquid. But you can see, I mean, Rock and Taego, they're not going anywhere. Furia, they're not going anywhere either. The only team I'm really kind of worried about right now is Alcatia. I mean, it has just been a nothing day so far for them. Now, they found a lot of success yesterday, obviously, back-to-back wins on Erangel, so hopefully they can kind of get right here in the final 2 games.
God, that is so much pressure to put on one map. Sure, we play it twice, but if everything is coming from Erangel, stuff isn't going to plan. And this is a squad that, again, yesterday, you were just saying it did not have a lot of fun in the first 4 maps. I mean, that's a 6th, 11th, a 7th, and an 11th until they got those 2 back-to-back wins. And so while, yeah, you can burst up those big games, it puts a lot of pressure on this map to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had 63 points after one day yesterday, and after 9 games today, they had 66. So not including anything that they may have gotten in the last game, but I don't think they got much last game either, if we're being honest. So we'll see what they can pull off here. We see them all the way up to the north, dropping down onto Stalbert. Doesn't look like anybody is going to be rubbing up against each other this time around. Yesterday, we got to see a military island circle. Let's see if we get that here again today. Nope, we're going to go to the mainland.
Yeah, I mean, all around a pretty, I guess, simple circle to play. It's going to be kind of Pachinki-ish center, so Team Liquid going to enjoy that one. Curious to see what they put their power points around. And now it's going to be Yin Yang making their landing in kind of the old Team Liquid location. They're going to be playing around that South George area.
Yeah, they've been having a hell of a weekend so far here, Yin Yang has, and we'll see if they can collect a few more points here on this final 2 games here. Is a Team Liquid going to pick one off of Furia? That's not great for Furia, as, I mean, they are still in the chase, but now they have to play this one out with 3. Yin Yang, though, going back to them, they had a great day 1, and I was kind of thinking, okay, well, I don't think that they keep it going into day number 2, but so far they're right there with everybody else here in day number 2. And now you got the question, can they do it in 3 days in a row? And
the thing about it is, though, is it still a bit of a slip? Is they fight really well, and they have some really great players, but they need to turn it into bigger points games, as they're in the good spots, they're getting the kills, but then they suddenly find themselves pinched, or they're having to make a push in a desperate situation. Once they iron out those last couple of details, this is going to be a really scary team to watch in Yin Yang.
No, I mean, I think they're a terrifying team right now. I mean, what we care about is the right here, right now. Who has a shot at making the top 3? And if Yin Yang can string 3 days together, I don't think they're going anywhere. Like, I think they're still going to be in the mix. They're still going to be in the conversation. And that makes things really difficult for these teams that are in the chase for that top 3 spots. There's a logjam. I mean, everybody in the top 8, top 9, even realistically, still within one good game of making it up into that top 3. But Yin Yang is proven to be just a real tough nut to crack, as we check in with the aforementioned Furia after looting up in apps down to 3. Where are they going to go? It looks like they might just settle up on Posa, to be honest.
This is
Potato.
This isn't the Fury that we saw yesterday either. They stacked up 52 points on the day. And I think going into the last game, they were at 69. Nice, but not nice at the same time, because that's only like 20-ish points out of those games. So they're still feeling good, and they're still in a competitive zone, but they're just not finding that explosive success in firefightings that they were finding yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, they did have, honestly, if it hadn't been for that game on Taego where they get the win because they get compound blessed, they're in the same boat as Alcacía so far here today. So 2 games left to kind of get things going in the right direction. Luminosity, meanwhile, they started off really hot. They've kind of tapered off just a little bit, but they're finding success today. They're putting themselves in good positions, and they're being aggressive and not running each other over, which is a great step.
We're also having a lot less Dorito kills today. That's beneficial for everybody.
Still had 1.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a team wipe.
They add spikes to those things or something? I don't know. Is it like the way that they're falling, and it's just like the point is just now coming straight down and landing on people's heads? I don't know why they're so much more brutal. It's Team Liquid, Mira in a dust up. Alo did get the knock onto Fakeson, but there are just too many members of Mira there, so he's going to go down. That should be flushable and resable, but Luke is kind of watching this.
Yeah, Luke. I'm keeping. Wait, okay, he didn't get the knock. Never mind. It's just going to go back for the res bait. Yeah, Alo, probably not salvageable here. You can see how low he is already. I think Kurt is in a vehicle. I'm not sure if he's trying to send it over there, but I think
he's on the other side of
might just be. Yeah, he's just going to be watching this one from his teammates' perspective as they make their way through. So down 1. 2 of our top teams down 1 here, playing towards the center of the zone.
That's an interesting situation, because normally we don't see people encroach on Pachinki at this stage. So Mira being kind of one of the, they're not a new team. They've got a lot of history as far as the players do. Going after Church at this stage is a viable situation that we don't often see happen in competitive. And I think kind of caught Team Liquid off guard.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I think he definitely caught Team Liquid off guard. I mean, Alo was there by himself. As you mentioned, Kurt and Sparking already on the other side of the Pachinki Fields, playing from the double warehouses on the east side, and as a result, Sparking now is by himself in those doubles, and Purdy Curdy and Luke 12 playing from inside of Pachinki. They're going to try to see if they can catch Mira slipping. Meanwhile, off to the north, Furia holding a 2-2 split. They've got LG just off to their east, and Toyo is 4 deep inside of this compound. So just shots being traded at range more than anything right now. And look at Rock. Rock's doing a little bit of a bridge camp here on OP. And OP might be riding right into it.
OP, do you sense it? I don't know. They're playing around. Looks like maybe they're eyeing for boats or something else. I don't know exactly what it is that they're going to be looking for over there, but it could be a problem if they opt into going across this. Rock feeling themselves, man. There is the potential to pick up 3-4 points here, or at least 1 or 2 out of this. So looks like OP are going to be going for that push across. This is going to be big.
Yeah, their Rock are not slouching. Remember, This is a team that qualified on its own merit to get to PGS 7 and 8. So having success regionally, at least, is not outside of Rock's purview. As we see LG just kind of playing around in these apartments, just peacocking a little bit, letting everybody know that they're there.
Stayed on the map for everybody that, yes, the push is coming up from OP, but Rock hasn't pulled the trigger on it just quite yet. There's going to be a Zur that has crossed. So finally going to unload.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. But that's only one.
Still at the high ground.
The other members of OP did not go across.
No, they didn't. And it's a good thing they didn't either, because now they know that this bridge is occupado, and they'll go ahead and try to make their way off to points west. Now, Fate and potentially Dangerous are the closest ones to that western bridge, but they're kind of trading shots between each other from those hillsides, so not doing any big camps here. So OP should be able to find their way across without any incident.
Here's your points update, everybody. We got Team Liquid in first at 86 points. Toyo at 77. Tied with them right now is Rock. In fourth place is going to be Luminosity Gaming at 76. Then down below that is going to be Fury at 72. Alcazia in sixth at 70. Yin Yang at 68 and seventh, and potentially Dangerous at 63. So this is going to be pretty crazy to look out. Rock even finding 1 point right now technically puts them in second.
Yeah, Bestia, despite being in ninth, they still have 62 points. So it's a 10-point drop from Bestia to Team Mira in 10th. But and then another 10-point drop to 11th after that with Empire with 45. But you can see that there's probably 9 teams really that are still all in the mix for these top 3 spots. Team Liquid, despite the fact that they're in first right now, we've seen it already. You can't rest on your laurels. You have to still keep collecting points. Try to find another big game to really kind of secure your spot. Nobody is feeling comfortable just yet.
Toyo picking up some points of their own as Razov pushing the top of Everest. They've got some friends in Empire, a very, very close. Martin wants this one. Not going to go for the shots yet. Are they going to make the push in, try to go after the points, or are they just going to let it run? Looks like they're just going to let it run.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Razov having to play as a 3-man here so far today, so probably just playing a little bit more cautiously than otherwise they would maybe if they were 4 deep. But new circle pops, and it is going to center up on the yellows just south of Ruins, and currently Yin Yang are occupying that position. Pachinki still in, Church still in, so Team Liquid and Mira still sharing that spot. Looks like LG gonna leave their spot over in School Apps, and they're sending it over into Waves. Empire, meanwhile, still just kind of shuffling around over in this northwestern side of the zone. It's inside a circle, but it's kind of closer to the edge.
When was the last time we saw a competitive game end around yellows where Yin Yang was at? I could be down for that.
No.
I mean, that's
been a while,
a fun area to watch in-game competitive.
No, yeah, the waves have especially are a lot more fun to play around, given that there's so much more places to play around cover with the dips and the trenches and the craters that were added Man, how long it's been? It's been a while since those have
Couple years,
been
I
out. I still. It's weird though. Like I'm so old that I just anytime I'm like, oh yeah, those are new. Like they've been around for 3 years. Mike, what are you talking about? Like
You remember when there were like two bushes on this map and that's all there was?
I mean, I'm still calling them yellows. They might not even be yellow anymore. I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay, this is interesting.
But,
Tennessee is actually going back over to military. They're going to go, that's the way that they're running this. Yeah, they're going to go for the long wrap around through military and come through the Western Bridge.
I mean, given the issues that they've been running into in these Circle 2, Circle 3 rotations, this is not honestly the worst choice. They've already managed to get 3. Oh, go ahead.
Chat. Tennessee isn't going to make any changes because of the fact that they're having trouble in circles 1 and 2. That's just a stupid thing for a caster to say. What's going on right now? Just curious. Just curious. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Just needed that one off my chest.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, hey, speak your truth, King. Anyway, the Quesadillas are going to take some blue damage on their way, and we'll see what Rock does. Rock's hadn't left their spot over there towards the north of that western bridge, but it looks like they're all hopping into vehicles now. That southwestern side of the circle pretty empty, over towards Gatka, Chopsticks, points around. Fate, the only one really kind of taking up position over there, but it's kind of like just a diagonal northwest to southeast of this new circle is where all these teams are hanging out, and no shots being traded just yet between the looks like actually Laucha from Razav left the top of the mountain and he's found an angle. You can see he took a few shots over towards Empire, but nothing's no success just yet.
So emergency pickup has been called, and that's going to be Furia. I haven't really seen them leaning into a lot of those right now, as Everest is still a bit spicy, but Empire just got a couple of people over here. Michael, though, known for a pop-off moment here or there, is he's got a lot of friends pretty close to him. Him and Shinboy both lined in. Most of the teams now getting pretty comfortable. Looks like predominantly a southern lay for most of our teams. Boatyard Ruins, Razak, really the Waves, Badlands, whatever you want to call them, not being too much attention thrown over there, and that's because we are headed Gatka Fields, and that is gonna suck.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I don't like seeing that, but I don't know. We might see Chopsticks getting some love. Haven't seen that in a while. Actually, we saw Chopsticks get some play yesterday. Furia actually going to take that E-pick up.
They should.
As they're going to hop over Toyo. They'll hop over Bestia is kind of making their way through. Those are the gunshots that you hear popping off. Team Liquid also going to pop an E-pick up from that western side of Pachinki. Bestia, we're seeing they are just having a rough time here making it through. They will find a knock on a Toyo, so that's going to open things up just a little bit, but Enzito goes down.
Okay, and this is just going to be the dust up on everybody that's on the outside. Caught up in the middle of it, no options. Bestia, it's going to be Mime leading the point on this one. It's going to be looking down. Got to be careful with these peaks. Ooh, got to be careful also going too far off that side, as he doesn't want to get caught in an animation and just get sprayed down there. Lots of shots starting to come on the outside of this one. As you can see, Bestia, just so few options and nowhere to really go.
Man, this is interesting. Liquid, remember, they popped that E-pick up, but they are third-partying this fight super hard, and they're finding points off of it, so it doesn't look like they're going to take it. They're going to go ahead and let it pass them by, and they'll just stick around here and see if they can maybe get some more points off of this. As Toyo, Capitan, nice grenade, will find the flush and get another knock for themselves, as they now have 3 kills, and they are going to wait for that smoke to dissipate. But Vinny is ready and waiting. Emmy now will try to come over the top and see if he can spot him. He does. Takes the first spray, but now he's getting shot at by Kane.
I mean, any peak is being punished over here. Sparking is hungry and he wants some more of it. Rest of Team Liquid lining in. 2 kills right now. They lost Alo early, so remember that they're on a bit of damage control right now. Finding weakened teams, scrapping up some points would be big for them. So, lining into this one, they know that they've got an inside track to play that church area just a little while ago. That's still going to be inside the circle because a bit of Pachinki is still going to be in there. So they can play this one a bit more aggressive. The external fire, though, is starting to come over as, yes, Yin Yang still has vision on this rotate.
And they need to get rid of Vinny here. They haven't gone for the res on the Capitan just yet. But now, they have the shots from Yin Yang going to hit the back of Purdy Curdy. The grenade comes through. Benya going to go down to Sparking as they will collect their 3rd kill. Capitan back on his feet, however. And now Sparking just looking to see if he can maybe spot out that last player from Bestia. The grenade going to land a little bit short. Purdy Curdy goes into no man's land, and Vinny is ready. He'll get the knock. He'll get the flush. He'll get another point for themselves. Sparking will just push into the smoke and try to take care of this last man as Luke 12 is off in the blue, off to the east.
I mean, I know that sometimes flushing is called thirsting, but this is a very thirsty Team Liquid, and it's getting a bit punished given the amount of people that are going to be over there. Finally, it's going to start being a bit more rallied. Luke 12 is going to be getting some information on what's going to be going on over here and providing that support. But now just down to 2. They picked up a couple of kills, but I don't know how much worth we're really feeling out of this unless they can get Capitan down.
I mean, yeah, they a couple of kills there. I mean, especially like you got to stick this out to take care of Toyo. Like that's one that's chasing you, and Sparking will do so. He does go down in the end to the blue. I think Toyo third partying that Ikus actually came all the way out here to go ahead and get that one. So Sparking was knocked low enough to where, oh no, you hate to see that. Well, it's not going that far. That's actually ticking pretty hard.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll be able to get Sparking back up off of that. So Team Liquid, they at least get Toyo out of this, and that's good enough for now.
Okay, and there goes Sparking. So now our eyes are drawn into the circle. It's going to be pure RNG that's going to be in the center of it. Mirror's going to be pretty close. Emergency pickup has been called from Furia. Looks like they're going to be bouncing from one side of the circle to the other and then using emergency pickup to bounce to the other side of this one. So just still kind of in the chase for it. Potentially Dangerous, though, is playing very far down to the south. Looks like Catacea is going to be rolling right up next to them. Most of Potentially Dangerous already kind of firmly defended up. It's just going to be Gabriel with the tail end of this one. It has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, playing from the edge here, Alcancia, and not over pushing, so that's good. They saw Potentially Dangerous kind of making their way away. They played the ridge line to see if they can get one for free. They don't get it, but they have a spot inside this zone. They've got vehicles. They're going to keep the tires safe, and maybe if they get lucky, they can get a couple of knocks here onto PD. But Team Razav, meanwhile, will get eliminated in the end by LG. As where is that happening? Goodness gracious, that is just on the north side of this zone. LG just death balling as a yin yang kind of split off to their east.
Catacea is sitting at 4 kills right now, and position's pretty good for this circle. As the class is coming in, Empire is going to have to leave Everest. Yin Yang is going to be regrouping bit, but you can see Luke 12 is just kind of pinched over there. Furia under a lot of duress on this landing, but looks like they should be able to land it. The problem is, I don't think this is really where you want to land, as you're entirely surrounded by Potentially Dangerous, and actually it's going to be VHZ that gets the knock.
Ain't great. Well, multiple E pickups used as Furia just finding themselves in rough waters here on this first game on Erangel. They go out early, and Pippa's still alive for OP there. He could play a sneaky snake role if he catches PD by surprise. But, I mean, PD is just taking up so much real estate here on the south side. It's going to be really tough. EMP actually crashing right into Rock, and they get instantly deleted. Goodness gracious, Rock. Just take them down. Now, they are in the blue, and they did take 2 knocks in the process. So RBN, I think, the last player left alive right now.
With the way the new circle's popped, it has leaned a bit more into Fate and pure RNG, leaving these hillsides. So Rock, yeah, in a bit of trouble here, especially given the fact that Fate is entirely lined up against them. It's going to be really hard to get any salvage out of this, but Rock at least picked up those kills. That is big for what was pretty much a catastrophe situation for them to be playing from.
Yeah, no kidding. They are in the run. And
Alcancia
actually going to take the E pickup. They're going to fall right on top of Fate. They get one right off the bat. Now Rello will go down. They do eventually trade it out. They've got 2 knocked, but they should be able to get him back on his feet. Look at Tim Fee. Cowboy needs to be looking off in that direction as Alcancia. What a brave play. It actually pays off for them here as well.
And I mean, this is kind of a follow through what we saw with that run into Rock a second ago. Fate wanted to step out there, finish off Rock. One of their members was very out of position for the defense on this one, now just trying to get back together. Out on the starts of this one, we do have LG as well as Yin Yang getting caught up in a firefight.
Big fight.
Now it's going to be Fate trying to run in, and Cowboy spots him out. And this is the control that Alcancia needed to get everything back right and get their meds in a better situation.
Yeah, a couple of big fights right now. Alcancia really needed this game to go their way. They've got 6 already. Nice grenade from Timfy will take down Cowboy, and D and Roth now on the clock. We'll see if that blue zone grenade will be enough to finish him off. He can't leave his spot or he's going to get flushed. Yeah, he's donezo. Actually, no, it's Roth's own blue zone grenade that takes him down. Oh, that feels bad. But 6 kills. You can see in the picture-in-picture, LG and Yin Yang, they're trading back and forth. So teams that are all in the running, Yin Yang will finally win that fight, and they will keep, it looks like they should be able to keep 3 alive if they can get this res onto Trisk.
Yin Yang, I feel like
Mira.
They're starting to stack up a lot of kills. Also, shout out to Timfy, dude. Timfy has been having some big moments in this and really netting some kills in pivotal situations for his team.
Oh, Mira going to get the knock on to Kane, and now all of a sudden, just like that, it is down to just Joppa. He's going to make the run over towards Trisk, but depending on how fast Team Mira can make this run, can make this push, it looks like they're not even going to go for it here. Let's see if Joppa will get spotted out. Potentially dangerous, trying to go across the fields, and that is not going to pay out for them as they lose 2. They keep Gabriel and Tavon alive. Nope, Gabriel's going to go down. Tavon's going to go down. And between Tim Fee and Alcancia, they just completely wipe that team.
Timfy appreciates the assistance as he now runs away from Cancia, doesn't want anything to do with it. Big shout out as well. Should be noted, we are now in placement points, and Team Liquid's Luke 12 is still alive and kind of creeping up on the zone. Mira is going to be kind of flanking over there to the east, kind of shifting down, and that's actually going to let him. Oh no, he was trying to sneak into it, but Blue Zone did that last little tick before he could step in.
Unfort. And Pippa goes down as well, but Pippa managed to make it all the way to 6th. So shout out to Pippa as the rest of his team, I think, was wiped by Alcancia very early on. But D will get Roth back on his feet. Pure has just been hanging out in this house all by themselves for the longest. I don't even know if they've seen anybody. I haven't seen them take shots in a while. So they might be just in a great compound with 0 kills for the time being. But being in a great compound is still great. We'll see what Mira decides to do coming in from that high side. It might be a push onto Pure here.
I mean, if you're going to do it, there is a way that you can kind of run down the hills and kind of avoid some of the windows, get into a good position.
They got vehicles.
Yeah, so here it comes. They picked the right pathing for it, so they're going to jump down into it. Bit of damage is going back onto Pentalol, so he has to retreat away from the window. Pure RNG, full defense right now. Vixen is going to go down. Lots of Molotovs, stalling this one out, and that is great on the defense.
Oh, Fan is on fire. He's going to go down as he will succumb to Rafa's Molotov. So VHZ and LFP down, the last 2 alive. If Pure is watching their kill feed, if they can read what is happening, they should know that they've got these guys at a disadvantage, but they're not going to be able to make the push.
Okay, Pure RNG, you got the knocks, but yeah, like you're saying, they just can't really do much more out of it. They don't want anybody to jump out. The only way they can kind of jump around and flank this puts them at Kadzia's vulnerability, and Kadzia's watching this. They hear the firefight.
Penta!
3
Not
off of
the
that.
triple.
That is
off of a
big.
Goodness gracious, with the blue zone grenade. VHC, he's got a tree, but that's about it. There you go. Team Mira will get eliminated with the assistance of Roth. And just like that, RNG picks up 3 points and a nice little loot infusion as well as some vehicles here. So we'll see what the circle decides to do, but they're not in a bad spot.
Well, yeah, this is a bad circle, though, is the only problem with it.
It's not great.
Yeah, and so the only benefit to it is the fact that it is a 3v2, v1, v1, and they have the numbers advantage. The problem is that
they got to cross that wide open field at some point, don't they?
Yeah, that's the problem. So if they lose 1 or 2, it at least isn't the biggest detriment because really it kind of keeps them even with everybody else, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, we'll see if Alcancia, with 10 kills now, down to just 2 players, can they pull off the Erangel triple across 2 days? They've already got 2 wins here. Can they make it 3? They know that Tim Fee is in the compound with them. They know where Pure is, and they should have an idea of where Joppa is, but it looks like Pentalol may have spotted him out. So you see the shots being sent over in that direction, but fortunately for Joppa, he's able to avoid the damage as he's got that deployable shield.
Yeah, the problem is it takes enough damage, and it's going to
He's still in circle, though.
Yeah, actually, with the way the circles pop, it's only Pure and Timothy that has to move.
Okay. I mean, if they can break that thing down, I mean, Joppa could still hide behind that rock. I mean, I don't think they can get the kill here. But they'll just continue spraying down that shield. And, I mean, honestly, that might be a spot that Pure thinks about pushing here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I can hear the smokes being laid down. I'd love to be able to see where the smokes are directed, because they're not making it to Al Qatsia's compound, right? So this spot where Joppa is might be their best option, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to send it right over in that direction, and Joppa, he's got to be ready for this. He's going to hear the vehicles approaching. Will he get anybody? He'll get one, and then he will get traded out immediately. But Rafa, kind of in no man's land here. No, he's resable. That's safe.
Jumps out.
Stuff there by Pure.
That is big. So they managed to keep their numbers advantage. They're still kind of an outlier situation, but it's field. So really kind of see it and not in the best of positions either.
I heard, okay, that was the emergency cover coming through. The Doritos, a lot of Doritos being dropped down, and they will not squish anybody this time. So Pure has a nice little fort to play around with, but Al Qatsia, they know that Timothy is over here. Timothy being very, very sneaky about his approach.
Yeah, and so this is just turning into a bit of a waiting game. Creeping
He's
forward.
in zone, so he can just hang out in that bush as long as he wants.
We're only in phase 7.
Off needs to be careful.
So really, it's not like we're going to see a lot of big movements coming out. We're in a bit of a waiting game right now as everybody's playing defensive.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, arguably, I mean, Pure obviously would love to get a win here, but Al Qatsia, they need this win. Like the win would be a nice to have here for Pure, but it would be a need to have for Al Qatsia, given that the day they've had so far and the drop that they've had in the standings.
We also did see Taego go out kind of early. They did pick up some kills. A lot of the people ahead of them did go out early. So Qatsia already getting into at least 3rd place with the amount of kills that they have. It's going to feel really good. But I'm just curious, what is it with Al Qatsia and Erangel, man? It's like, it's an entirely different team whenever we get onto this map, and they just feel so much more confident, and they just rack up the kills. 100% win rate so far, and they have the chance to continue it.
You can see a little bit of slight repositioning from Pure just to make sure that they're fully inside this next zone. They still have some vehicles that they can play around with. You can see the shots. They've actually, I think they spotted out Tim Fee. So Tim Fee going to have to make moves here. And yeah, they're just going to go ahead and blow them up themselves. As we'll see if Tim Fee can maybe cause some problems. That shot's going to give away his position, though, so Al Qatsia get a good idea of where he is. That Groza could come in huge, though. We have seen that thing be absolutely devastating at short range.
He's ghillie suited, if I remember correctly, so
yep,
a lot of sneaky moves. Pure RNG starting to try to creep their way a bit further forward, because this is kind of
upside down Dorito.
This is a bit of a numbers game, right? You're just trying to play to get close to center to possible, given how open this is, so that way you have to be the last ones to move.
One of those Doritos actually went top down into the ground on Penta's side as Tim Fee gets down pretty low. If he can find, actually, if they have some blue zone grenades, they could cause some problems here for Tim Fee. This is, everybody's just basically looking to try to get rid of him. They know exactly where he is. Yeah, there you go. Nicely done as Al Qatsia picks up another kill. And now it is down to a 3v2.
There's your Dorito.
There you go. There's my Dorito. It's literally, it landed upside down. How does that even happen?
This is kind of interesting because it negates a bit of the cover. I mean, you can kind of get over to it, but it's not going to feel good about it. So Qatsia going to be very close to the zone wall as RNG is a bit closer in. Now, how are we going to play this out? 3v2. Pure RNG wanting to make something happen on that leaderboard, but Qatsia, this is a chance to get themselves back comfortably into the top 3. Roth now creeping forward. It's almost like a game of chicken stepping across, and it's going to be the point people on both sides trying to bust it through. Is now throwable starting to come out.
That's an interesting decision from Roth. He opts to leave the DMR and instead pick up the Panzerfaust. D is going to go down as Rafa gets traded. Can Roth go for the res here? But Senka Pow Pow, he's not wanting to let that happen. He's got that Groza in hand as well. Roth is just going to try to go ahead and go for the 1v2. Makes his way through the smokes. And Senka Pow Pow just sending it across the wide open field. Just spamming the flashbangs. And he will set that deployable cover up. Roth will get the res onto D. But you got to feel like Pure is in the best position to get the win here.
Okay, lots of throwables, lots of stuns coming out. Also smokes. Keep in mind, Alcazia didn't have to fight a lot in the field, so they might be sitting on a pretty decent amount. Spray's now starting to come through, and Sika Pow Pow gets a knock onto another one. There's the follow-up, and it's pure RNG that takes down Alcazia.
That's a nice win for them. You like to see them with the 6 kills, although they got compound blessed and they didn't even have a point until they got originally crashed. But once the game was done, there was some great decision making on their part, putting themselves in a good position to get that final win despite not having the circle fall right on top of them. But Alcazia, they don't get the win, but they get a second and they get a lot of kills to go along with it. So that's going to salvage their day a little bit here. And maybe Aaron apparently seems to be where they are finding their bread and butter, man.
Okay, I said it, man. It's got to put a lot of pressure on you if Erangel is the only place you can get points. But if you can get points like this every time, sure, I guess it kind of works. I'm a bit confused, and my brain is trying to figure out exactly how this is happening, but they seem to know about it. I'm going to need a minute to try to wrap my head around the 5-head plays that Kadzia is doing. We got one more Erangel. We'll see in a second.
I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my woman on me. Only woman on me. Only woman on me. Only woman on me.
Hey everybody, it's your favorite five-head boys here, Poor Swords and Matchroom, and we've got one game left to play here before we get ready to go into our final day of play tomorrow to determine who will be going to EWC to join Team Falcons as one of the 4 America's representatives. Good game that last time. I mean, big win there for Pure RNG, but arguably bigger success there for Al Qudsiya and getting them back into the swing of things here.
Yeah, again, I'm just dumbfounded by the fact that Al Qudsiya plays so much better on Erangel, and it's working for him.
Late bloomers.
Yeah, I guess, early warm-up games, right? That's what you were saying earlier before we jumped out.
Yeah.
So just gotta shake off the dust a bit.
Well, they're still kind of dusty right now in 70 points in 6th place, so they still got work left to do as we see that top 8 there. Remember, guys, top 3 are the ones that will be going on to EWC Grand Finals, and we've still got one game left to play here today, one day left to play tomorrow. So let's see what this one brings us here. We saw some pretty wacky stuff happening in Game 6 yesterday. Erangel has just been delivering all weekend long.
Yeah, I mean, lots of fun games. I was always a notoriously, Miramar is my favorite map guy, but Erangel's been popping off, and I'm a bit mixed nowadays.
Nah, Erangel, I don't know. I'm always going to be a Miramar boy. I love the Dusty Dunes. That's always my favorite place to watch, favorite place to cast. It's so entertaining. But Erangel lately, it's been exciting. I got to give it credit where credit's due.
I felt like for a while, Erangel was a bit, I don't know how to say rote, but now it's a lot more explosive. Teams are feeling a lot more comfortable in the midsections, going for some firefights. It's made it really interesting to kind of just watch the redevelopment of how this map is played. And I don't know inherently what kind of caused the changes, because we didn't have a lot of meta changes. It just kind of naturally developed, and it's really, really cool to see. And looking at
I had a theory.
Oh, give me it.
I had a theory because we were talking about this before, earlier this year, and actually even late last year. My theory is that for a while there, we were seeing a lot of new teams, a lot of new blood coming into the scene, and Erangel was that comfy blanket where everybody knew that they could play it safe, they could play very risk averse. But now that we've seen these teams kind of showing up time and time again, everybody's still very comfortable on it, but they're using that comfort to play more aggressive because they're realizing that they've got to get points somewhere, and this is the map along with Miramar that they feel the most comfortable taking those high risk, high reward type plays. So I think it's just kind of 1 or 2 or 3 teams started doing it, and everybody else just kind of started following suit. And as a result, Erangel is kind of back to being an exciting place to play.
So you're roughly saying that Erangel grew up because it was like a kid with their snuggle blanket, like Linus, feeling comfy and safe. And then now it's getting comfortable, doing parties and taking shots.
Yeah, exactly.
Growing up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's joined a sorority.
Oh no!
It's having its moment. But no, I mean, and to be honest, I also think that the changes that we've seen on the map over the years have all been kind of opened it up a little bit. I think things like this new boatyard. I mean, it's giving you more spots to loot, more places to you can kind of play around and fight around. I think that all of the changes that I think on Erangel that have been made to the island or map terrain wise have all worked out pretty well to make it a lot more competitive, as we see a very uncompetitive circle going all the way off to the west.
Or is it more competitive because there's less space to play in? So everybody's going to have to be competing.
Could be.
For it? Maybe. So
Discuss.
Far western lay on this circle is going to be very interesting, as Team Liquid's going to be who we're going to be following in. We saw them, I mean, respect again. Just, I think it was Luke 12, if I remember correctly, that managed to survive and get into points placements, if I remember correctly, after having a bit of a dicey start in there. They still picked up some kills off of it, though.
I'll tell you, it's been a while since we've seen Snake Luke.
That's
Snake
true.
Luke was a big deal there for a while, and boy, I tell you, Sonics fans remember Snake Luke. They hate Snake Luke, but you know, it just goes to show you might not find yourself in that position very often, and but it's like riding a bike, man. You know how to play solo. You know how to play solo till the day you die.
Oh, Rello, this is not the best. He's going to have Poonage pretty close. He jumps out. Looks like he's just going to let Poonage go, but be careful, Michael and the rest of the crew. This has gotten dicey.
Oh my God.
Cowboy just rolls through it. Suddenly Empire's like, nope, this was a bad idea. They're running for the hills, and Katsia wants it. That's another one down. Balefrost just trying to get out. He's at about a third of his life, maybe a quarter of it, and Alcatsia sees points, and they are hungry.
Oh yeah, their eyes are
blowing the horn.
Their eyes are glazing over red. They're gonna go ahead and collect that final one, and yep, that is the end of Empire's Day. Very quickly and unceremoniously, but Alcatsia again. I mean, there's something about the green fields of Erangel that just seem to bring out the best in these boys.
I mean, their map markers are green now, so I guess they're just on brand.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, okay. So looking through, a lot of teams have already opted into a bit of centering. As you can see that we are going to see Bestia regrouping. Is that going to be pretty close to them? We also do have Fate that's crossing the western bridge off of Millie Island. We have OP that's still going to be on Millie Island as well. Rock, Pure RNG, LG, and Furia going to be our outlier teams, as well as Alcatsia, but you can't really count them. They were chasing down kills.
Kind of worried about Alcatsia, actually. Outlaws heard all of the shots going on before, and now Alcatsia still kind of tooling around up there around the hillside, and Outlaws have kind of positioned themselves to do a little bit of a camp on these bridges crossing their way over. As you can see Gump, looking over in that direction. 9-1 has that rooftop position. Rello scouting things out. Hopefully he's got his good eyes on, and he might be able to spot them. As, Alcatsia going to make the send for the hilltop.
Okay, this is kind of what you were prepping for. You're going to be... Nope. Instead, this looks like it's a bit of a mix-up as far as how they're going to be playing around it. A couple of shots are going to be going out, but looks like Katsia is just going to be able to go, well, I was going to say pretty free, but Gumma is going to take a shot at the end, and D does go down and get flushed.
That's unfortunate. I don't know if they read it or if they just instantly went for that second bridge. And you really hate to lose D, as he has been playing out of his mind, but fortunately for them, Cowboy, Roth, and Rello all equally dangerous of their own accord. So Outlaws will continue to play on the north side of the river, as Alcatsia will make their way onto Everest, it looks like.
Yeah, okay. So Furia up on top of Everest. Alcatsia, I guess, maybe eyeing a bit more into the South George area. We've got a cluster of people that are playing along that coastline. Whenever we get a circle like this, everybody kind of takes about 200-300 meters. That road that runs right along the coastline, they play east of that, so we're going to see a lot of the old tempo drop. There you go. You can see east entirely open because of the fact that nobody wants to play the fields. West entirely open because water. And then everybody else just kind of in a strip through the middle of it. And that is a bloody path if you have to run it.
Yeah, I could see it getting some shots sent their way. I believe that's by Toyo. Could be actually a combination of Toyo and Trisk, or Yin Yang from just to the south. LG and Pure actually getting close to each other, way off in the east. But it looks like it might just be Valley 8 by himself, so I don't think he's going to take shots. And LG just kind of running through. We'll keep an eye on that as Rock has now arrived inside the zone, and Alcatia will take control over the hospital.
We have emergency pickup called by Pure RNG. Just one member. The other three members are going to be close to LG, so I guess this is a scouting call. Interesting to see how that's going to develop, but I mean, this is not necessarily something too spicy that we really need to watch. Also, what is it? OP is still very far down the south, as I think that they're going to be taking the ferry.
They've been waiting for this ferry to arrive forever. I think they must have got there right as it left the first time, and they just had to stick around and wait for it to come back.
Bad. I mean,
you gotta have your schedule. All right, we got smartphones now. You know when the ferry is going to leave. Make sure you download that Sosnovka ferry app.
updated.
I don't know where I'm going with this.
I mean, we're going to do a couple of international trips where suddenly we're using subways and stuff, and now we got to keep track of it in game too. Oh.
I'm a public transport guy now. After living in Texas my whole life, where you can't get anywhere unless it's via car.
Hey, we have two buses here.
Yeah,
for all of Dallas.
You ever been on one of them?
Yeah, remember I had to take it for like a year.
Yeah, I had to take it for a long time too, and it was awful. It's like you never know if you're gonna. Maybe I'll get to my destination without getting shanked by a homeless guy. Who knows? It's all fun.
That's cheapest air conditioning you can get. All right.
Exactly.
So, looking out, Pure RNG looks like they're going to be leaning a bit more into the Razak, probably going a bit more north than that, given the pathing that they're going to be taking. Their scouts will be cutting through the middle. Circle does pop, and it's pretty much centered up on everybody. Just our northern late teams that are playing in Georgia Pool going to have to make a bit of a shift down to the south.
Yeah, that's probably the best C2 that these guys could hope for, as it's going to... The northernmost side will be just to the south and to the east, or to the west rather, of Everest. So yeah, there you go. You can see kind of what we're looking at here. A Haven and Posa already sent down to try to find a spot here for Furia, as Mira has a pretty wide split going on. Pure, the remainder of Pure making their way through ruins. You can see Senka Pow Pow going right towards dead center, and he is getting just...
Got it.
Shredded to there. Yeah, he landed. That's all that matters.
All right, guys.
Land, you're good to go.
It's fine. Everybody just run through Team Liquid, Mira, and Furia. It's good. Where I'm at is fine. Don't worry about it.
Nobody's shooting me here, so I don't know what your guys' problem is.
Yeah.
Well, Mira and that duo from Furia that got sent are very close to each other. LFP just kind of holding his own inside and around that compound. And looks like Posa and Haven will just smoke him out, as they'll go ahead and hop in the vehicles and get on out of Dodge, try to find somewhere better.
Oh, Team Liquid holding an interesting...
Oh, they have another E pickup.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you five-head it. You get double E pickup, send one first, and then everybody else takes the second.
Isn't that kind of a...
Stuff, Pierre.
But that means that now everybody kind of knows where to be looking for an emergency, because they saw that only one person landed there. So if they see another one coming through, you have to make an assumption, right?
Well, guys, I only got shot at by like 4 teams, and they didn't kill me, so clearly everybody should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, if they can't kill one person, surely they can't kill 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Math,
so
baby.
Let's toy with Team Liquid. That seems like a great idea. Well, there's still only a few teams that are outside of the zone. Outlaws, Alcatia coming in from the north side, Furia leaving Zakraken and Gizera up on top of the mountain for as long as possible. LG making their way in from the south. OP finally arriving via that ferry. They brought the vehicles with them. So we'll see if they pull anywhere near LG, as Vox is just kind of stayed behind to make sure that they don't get backfilled.
This is an entirely interesting circle for a lot of reasons. One, we have Rock and Team Liquid that are going to be next to each other yet again, so Purple Boys unite, kind of, except for the fact that they really want to murder each other. 2-2 split coming up from Team Liquid across a field, so if numbers go the way that they did in a previous round, that could be really big for them. Nobody really playing around Quarry. Everybody is playing up to the north. Really, in Quarry, all we've got is LG and maybe OP that's going to be coming and joining in that. Everybody else is playing way further north, and Furia is getting a lot of shots at them as they're doing this emergency pickup, but I think they are actually going to land it. Way more people are shooting at them this time than last time, though.
Indeed, they are, but they will get away with it, and they will find themselves towards the just north of the center of the zone as the blue has finally arrived, and Gizera and Kraken will have to go and join their teammates. But Overwatch have a little bit of an angle there from way, way far away, so I don't think that's too terribly dangerous as this circle is finally collapsing. And we see where it will go. And okay, it's going to go, the southernmost side is going to be just to the north of Quarry. So potentially dangerous in that shark fin compound, looking pretty good. OP is going to send it right onto their doorstep. So they'll play that low side on the road and try to stay out of potentially dangerous as line of sight.
Yeah, and the problem is there's a lot of people that get some vision on that position, and OP is learning that the hard way. One already down and flushed, one down, and here it comes potentially dangerous, just trying to see if they can curve. It is a bit hard to actually land the nades on that angle as they tend to roll a bit too far. So OP doing a good job of playing backs up against the wall right there, or actually faces up against the wall to try to avoid a lot what's going to be going on. Team Liquid also trying to hold out Rock right now in that 2-2 split. Really, it looks like they are going to try to reconvene here in just a second, but it's a bit dangerous for Team Liquid to do that as Rock does have vision on them. That's a pretty open field.
Yeah, you'd see the northernmost side of the 2-2s just taking free shots at Furia right now as they started to arrive. Potentially dangerous, has the mortars ready to go. And how close can you land it?
120.
OP, you're going to have to be dancing around. Yeah, they see it in the air. Don't watch it hit you in the jaw this time. Yep, okay, dancing as Pipazur and Silzen will stay alive for the time being.
Okay, see, look, a bit too far, guys. They have to leave the compound to kill us, so it's okay. Just slam your face and
oh, here it comes.
Oh, this one's a bit shorter.
Boys. All right, we're good. We're still good. We're still good.
You can hear explosions of a vehicle, just wreckage going everywhere. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, fate has found an angle onto this as well. But okay, for what it's worth, OP, they're setting themselves up pretty nicely here on this side. Now we have seen internationally, we've seen teams play this position and make it all the way to the top three if the circle continues to go that way. So it's not the worst call ever here from OP.
I mean, the thing about it is potentially dangerous is really annoying for OP, but if you get into this point, a potentially dangerous can't really go after them. That's why they're having to use the mortars, is because if they were to try to push that position, 3 or 4 other teams are going to go after potentially dangerous, and it's not worth the risk. This position is too strong. So really just kind of sneaking in right underneath of them can give you a lot of safety, as now you technically have another team protecting you. The only problem is it's vulnerable from a couple angles. So that's why we saw like the shields getting popped out, trying to use the cars for cover. As long as you can kind of barricade those off a little bit, OP should be safe as long as a mortar doesn't pop them in the face.
Yeah, we'll keep eyes on that. Team Liquid do bring the rest of the boys back together, but the purple boys battle is continuing as Rock now going to hop in their vehicles, and it looks like they're just going to go ahead and play the edge for the time being. They saw Team Liquid pull down, and they know that potentially dangerous is in that compound, and new circle pops, and it's going to favor over here. So Rock will try to find a little bit better spot to play as they're already going to go ahead and send it.
The problem is there's not a lot better there. If they crest that hill, that's going to be where the circle's at, so they're going to have to deal with Team Liquid. So they just opt into having to deal with it now when they have more space to play from. So they're going to roll right out of this. Fury is pretty separated over here. They've got 2 they're playing right up against this hillside that are going to be just to the left of what we're going to be looking at. But it's going to be Gizera at the tail end. Beal just rolls right in, jumps out. RBN is going to go down. Haven does spot him out, so it looks like it's just going to be on the hunt for trying to get some kills out of this. Gizera trying to defend in. Santastico does manage to get the knock onto 1 in Gizera.
That's an aggressive play here from Rock. I don't know if they just spotted the solo or if they wanted to stop down here and scout out what was the next move, but they end up picking up a kill for it. They do lose RBN in the process, but driving across those wide open fields was always going to be difficult. You can see RBN, actually Solds rather, already making his move and trying to secure a spot. Meanwhile, Pure will dispatch with Mira as a number of firefights are taking place on the edges on the north side.
High ground going to Pure RNG. Remember, they jumped into this. They're going to be looking down around these smokes to spot out more, but no! It's going to be Valiant that goes down right as soon as he peeks out, instantly flushed as well. So the high ground advantage not going to be too much to work with as there's just too many angles and it's going to be too hard to defend. Has to retreat up. So that does mean that the Outlaws have a couple of ways that they could breach along this path. Maybe make their way over to Swamp. But while this is going on, Yin Yang's hopping into vehicles. Looks like they're going to be sending it very close to Toyo, who already has Bestia on top of them.
I'm telling you something, man. That kid Curry, he's got a little something to him.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on him. These Outlaws, they are having a struggle, but he's had some success here today so far. Yin Yang and Toyo. This is a big fight at the top of the leaderboard. So far, nobody down for Yin Yang, but Toyo has lost 2 as Joppa will make sure he secures that knock and gets the flush. And you can see Bestia starting to make their way over here as well. The smoke's going to slow things down just a little bit. Joppa going to try to go for that high ground, play the roof side, see if he can find any angles. And so far, so good for Yin Yang.
Yeah, this is just very cleanly approached. Feels like that either they lucked into having it or they knew the information on where Bestia was going to be playing. So Toyo does get a bit of time to reset because it's been a bit stalled out. Bestia kind of stalling a lot of positions. While this is going on, we also do have LG to the south, starting to get some vision of what's going on with Fate. We still have Pure RNG caught up in what's going to be going on into the north. So while this is going on, regroup going to be happening for Team Liquid as well. So this is the big firefight, and that's why we're going to be staying on it for the time being, is Yin Yang's got to figure out how do they want to deal with this, as Bestia now running 2-2 and entirely cross-firing position.
Ooh, I like this. I like this from Capitan. Switch over to that micro Uzi. See if he can maybe catch somebody by surprise. As here they come, the push coming through. Capitan gets a couple of shots in first. And no, Triss going to go down as Yin Yang. Joppa will find another one. He's going to get the third. Toyo kind of make the push, and they will eventually get him. But Capitan and Emmy very low. Bestia has to see this going on in the kill feed, and they're starting to send it. Mime is already rushing over here.
They know that there's some vulnerabilities. They can pick up some very needed points right now, but you can see Rez is trying to come out. Can they get there in time? It's so hard to want to leave the safety of the safe zone. This is not going to be in it. They know whoever wins this is going to have to run in. The Bestia, with these angles, can't quite find it.
Nice
Finally,
Draft King.
Draft King does manage to take down Kane. But Toyo, full resetting inside of this compound. They're finding some safety out of it. Are they going to be able to come after it? Yop is going to be laying down, goes for a spray, but not going to be able to get enough. Bestia, what's your new approach as you've got control of the outside and can gatekeep?
Yeah, this is Bestia on the clock here. Good position from DraftKing. And he's going to pull away and make sure that he can get out of this. They know that these guys are going to have to leave this compound, so get in a better position to catch them when they're not looking. You can also see Pure on that high ground. Bestia has to be concerned about them as well. And Zito looking over in that direction. Meanwhile, another team has fallen onto the low ground after OP got finished off. Razab and Fate and LG all sending it for the exact same spot. Tim Fee, the last player left alive, he's got 1 HP. He's got no HP as he will get taken down, and Razab will be finished off as well. LG gets to benefit from all of the setup that OP did earlier.
Is this where Poro's used car lot is on Erangel? Because, man, there are a lot of them there.
Free dog with every car.
Rats. That's always the one I remember. Anyway, so looking out, Furia's got control of the northeastern section of the hillside. Team Liquid running a 2-2. They were trying to see if maybe they can sneak into that lower section of what was going on with the catastrophe around Shark Fin. LG's got control of the Shark Fin itself. Bestia controlling up into the north. Still has to deal with Toyo as well as Pure RNG. Pure RNG is starting to find some angles into this, and Zito is down. And so now Toyo, no options, just kind of stuck out in the blue.
Yeah, this is tough for Toyo. And this is going to be them going down. At least they've managed to make it into placement points, which is huge. And Zito has been knocked, so that's only going to be 2 of Bestia keeping eyes on Toyo for the time being, but it doesn't look like they're going to find a way to get in, as they're just going to go and slowly fall to the blue. Mime will spot out one through the smoke as Penta just barely gets out of the range of that P90.
Hey, we're in a late game Erangel. 7 teams alive and no Al Qadisiyah. So now going to be interesting to see how this plays. Potentially dangerous. Definitely in the strongest spot.
Oh, yeah. Especially now, yeah, the circle goes and falls right on top of them. But once again, LG, Team Liquid could make some moves here at the top of the leaderboard as well. Bestia, if they can get Enzito back up on his feet and they can clear out Pure and make their way in, but Furia is starting to come over there as well. So Furia, they do lose 1. but they're down to 3. They've had a tough sledding this game, but now they're starting to get a little active.
I like this from Bestia, realizing that it's too hot over here. Go for the circle, get control over it, and the timing on it is beautiful. Furia is going to be falling in, trying to backfill. That means that they're going to be popping in right up on top of pure RNG. Capitan still hunkered down, stalling out pure RNG. So they managed to get themselves into a good landfall position. And Bestia, as they're going to be very close to the safe zone and don't really have to get caught into a meat grinder of a firefight.
Tell you what, man. Looking at this leaderboard, coming into the game, Potentially Dangerous was in 8th place with 66 points. If they get a win here and to go along with a couple of those kills that they got, oh boy. Yeah, good night, Sweet Prince. As Furia will dispatch with Pure. Capitan survives another placement point for Toyo. But what I was saying, Potentially Dangerous with a win here and a nice little stack of kills, they could put themselves in the conversation. As Sparking's going to go down, Kurt's going to go down, Luke 12, he's getting peppered underneath the vehicle. They're going for the toesies and they're finding his body. Team Liquid is falling apart here. Furia, they're going to come over the top and find Bestia at the perfect time. The Kraken is 700 damage and he is so sick with it.
Oh no, Throwables going back into Team Liquid, getting done dirty by the way they like to do other teams. LG, one kill, hunkered in this low ground. Bestia gets eliminated. Team Liquid gets eliminated. Furia is now going to have to push right into Potentially Dangerous, and LG just thriving down here right now.
And Capitan survives for yet another couple of placement points as he is just eating blue right now, and he has managed to out-survive everyone that knew he was there. So Furia, they're back on the move. They've got that high ground. Potentially Dangerous, they still got the compound. LG, you see the position that they're in. They can just kind of hang out until they have to move, as we're only on phase 6. There's still 2 more shifts to go, and Capitan's going to strike. Oh no, he gets him in the back before going down to the blue.
Oh, that's just doing somebody dirty. I love it though, as and the blue zone is going to be coming in. This is still going to be a phase 6 blue zone. That's going to hurt pretty bad. So Kraken has to kind of surrender information gathering, or you can see he's kind of jumping back and forth. Like, do I go for the res? Looks like he is going to try to pick up his teammate, or at least get him close enough.
He's going to pick him up and run him in. Yeah, they're on the slow side, or every side's the slow side for now. But good work preemptively smoking that off. So that is heads up play from Fury to make sure that they stay 3 strong. But Tavon has an angle in there. As soon as those smokes go away, Fury's going to be in some trouble.
And this is a pretty dirty angle too. It's not, usually when you glance through the windows, you can spot out something, but this is going to be really hard to spot out and get any form of retaliation from. So Fury's got to play it safe. Fury also the only team that has to move. A couple of shots now coming out. Not going to be enough to get a knock, but enough to stop Fury in their tracks.
Yeah, LG making some moves here too. They're starting to be a little bit more active on that road side. You see Snakers and the Bizzler going off to the east, while Gats and Vox play from that south side. The rest of Furia, meanwhile, have put themselves together and getting out of that line of sight, so they'll play from the western side of this road.
And just kind of remember, as we're looking at this, Luminosity Gaming was in 5th coming in, right? But it was the only 2 teams that were ahead of them to get into 3rd were both at 81. So LG clinging to life in this position is massive for them. Potentially Dangerous down in 8th right now coming into this game, so this could be a big come up for them, but it's still going to be a pretty big task to catch up the rest of them. Furia starting to find some points because it's been a downward slide for them for most of the day.
Yeah, it's been a slow day for them. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned obviously Toyo and Rock with 81 points. Alcacea only had 87. So a big game here from Luminosity could get them into that top 3 going into the final day. And Potentially Dangerous, 5 kills so far. A win here, though, would put them in the conversation. That would get them right around 80 points if they can pull it off.
Yeah, that's hard to pull off.
Still, it's asking a lot, man. It's going to be tough for sure. They obviously have the best position.
Well,
but
yes and no. Sharkfin is notoriously treacherous the later it goes on, right? Because it's great to have in the early sections of the late game. But as this progresses, you can see that they are technically the pinched team now. And there is a lot of ways that you can push into Sharkfin. It's not like it has those external walls that drop down in the dip, so people can just pop up out of nowhere on you.
Well, the way we usually see these play out is that your 2 teams on the low ground will end up fighting each other, and then your team in the compound just kind of comes over and just starts spamming utility at whatever is left of the team that wins. So neither LG or Furia are in any hurry to try to push into this compound, because that is just asking to lose players. So
what's interesting here?
Slow playing. Look at this, 12 kills from Furia though.
This is very interesting because there is actually one of the buildings that is open inside of Shark Fin, and it's the closest building to LG right now. If they start peeking their heads up enough, not getting harassed, they might be a bit sneaky. And yeah, they're trying to shoot over the top a bit. They're starting to get a bit more brave with it. They might find an opportunity, but you're right. Furia is racking up kills over here, and if this stays a low ground, high ground fight, that is going to be real big for potentially dangerous.
All right. Let's hear the Doritos falling from the sky once again. Managing to avoid them for the most part here is everybody. We've only had one death so far today, but Posa just keeping eyes down in that. Oh, Snakers getting a little bit brave, jumping out a little bit farther. Takes one bullet, but you can see what they have to work with. So much hard cover with those vehicles. The grenade's going to fall just a little bit short, or actually right on top of them. And
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Now that's really nicely done. As more blocks will fall from the sky as things are starting to come down to their conclusion. LG have to make their way over to this western road. And you got to figure eventually Furia and LG are going to start scrapping.
And potentially dangerous, just waiting, holding the line up. Zakraken going to be the forefront man for Furia, and that's a lot of work that he has to put in. Luckily, he's got himself a lot of Doritos that he can kind of play around. Gives him a lot of cover, some pretty sneaky angles that he can kind of play around. Snaker's on the other side trying to see if he can tap any heads, and it's pretty hard. That's a pretty vicious angle to try to peek from, given the fact that you've got the burning wreckage up in front of you. Luminosity continuing to smoke up. Up on top of this, you can see that they're starting to realize that there might be a couple of ways that they can venture. Vox getting a bit more, I guess, brave on the top side of that hill.
I like this, though. Both teams, Furia and LG, despite being focused on each other, not being lazy when it comes to keeping track of potentially dangerous and making sure that they don't come and join this this party. I think Bizzler is the one who it's his job just to make sure as the grenade from Gats will find the double. Haven is down to nothing, and he's going to go down to Slabby. As Slabby actually steals two of them with the blue zone grenade, and now potentially dangerous, starting to get a little bit more active, but you see that P90 is still in play for LG. This is going to be very, very tough for potentially dangerous.
Potentially dangerous has the double up high ground up on top of these buildings right now. They have the defense, but it looks like LG is starting to come a bit more alive on these angles, realizing the fact that now that all they had to do is focus up. Most of the members for potentially dangerous are all playing inside of this one building, so a lot of throwables being focused in onto this. They have to be careful, though. There is a low ground flanked position that could cause a problem. A good attempt on slowing back down the pace, throwing out the blue zone nades on both sides, forcing out of the building, but also trying to slow down LG on both sides. This is getting, look at this, they're just everywhere.
I mean, think of all the crates that LG had to loot once they had control over that roadside, and they are doing a fantastic job of utility management here as they try to make the push in. Slabby will have to retreat, and they're pushing back against the wall as Slabby will go down to Gats. And Tavon, though, had a little bit of an angle, doesn't get the knock, gets Gats low, though.
Hey, but he could pop anybody that steps out of that building. Bizzler gets the knock onto Glock, and there's the quick flush as well. Control over center dot. Looks like it switched over into LG. That's what potentially dangerous was trying to hold. Two different points of approach. Tavon on one side. He kind of spots him for just a second, but can't get the knocks. Everybody on LG kind of jumping around. Finally, a couple of knocks starting to come out. Blue zone going to be the one that takes down Bizzler. So it is a 2v1. Tavon on the outside. This one looking in. Snakers dancing around the other side. Multiple members for LG still up as Tavon has taken a ton of damage.
And Snakers eventually has to push out, but he's got that P90. He's feeling good about it. He's going to get it. And that's a huge win for Luminosity to close out the day.
That is big points and a massive moral victory from LG, pushing up into Shark Fin, taking the victory.
That was always going to be a tough end game for both teams, really. And Luminosity, I mean, you gotta say the utility that they were able to pick up from all of those crates that were just lining the road, ending up making the difference there, allowing them to take control of that house and force everybody from potentially dangerous out of there. Now, Tavon, a heroic effort from the outside, did so much work, but in the end, it just ended up being too much.
I mean, LG, start to finish, they've been having a lot of really solid games today. This should put them in a really good position moving into our last day. I'm just really astounded by that. That was very cleanly played on a lot of different angles from LG, holding that low ground the way that they did, how they dispatched Furia so quickly. Sure, they didn't get a lot of the kills for it, but God, those nades lined up. They were just having to hold that for so long. And I mean, that's a very pressure point position to play from back to back, and they held it.
Yeah, really, really well played by them. Okay. Luminosity Gaming turning up here in the final match of the day. Team Liquid had a good show in match number 5. Furia back in the mix after a big kill finish for them. I think they finished in 3rd, but still, I think 12 kills going over into their pockets. Yeah. So that's going to put them up there as well. The top of the leaders board is starting to separate here just a little bit. So when these guys come in here tomorrow and start on Miramar, anybody who is in the chase is going to have to start working very soon. You gotta have success on Miramar if you want to still remain in the conversation as we go into the final games of that last day. Looking at you, Alcancia.
Yeah, and this is Alcancia is this team that we know that can play Miramar well. It's just not really working. The rotations just seem to be a problem for them. Even seeing it on Erangel this time, they managed to pick up those kills early, so they did get something out of it. But I didn't see how far they managed to make it through the entirety of the game, just due to the chaos that kind of erupted in the middle section of it. They managed to at least get some points out of it, so it means that they're still going to be in a fairly competitive situation. But when the people around you are getting victories or getting 12 kills in a game, that's 4 points, 5 points. It's going to get a lot harder, and you're just going to start to feel it slip away from those top 3 spots.
It's definitely tough. I will say that going into the final day, I don't think there's any team that's really feeling 100% comfortable with their top three spot. I think we have our match standings from this last match. We don't have overall leaderboard standings, but I think we have the standings from this last match that we could take a look at. Oh, never mind. Okay, we have overall. That's even better. Let's throw those. Let's see what those are looking like.
We don't.
Without this match. So okay,
updated version. I'm still missing one game.
All right, but we can take a look at what they were looking like before we went into that final game. So Team Liquid with 92 points, Alcancia, Toyo, Rock, and Luminosity all with 80. Well, we know that Furia had a big game there in that final game despite coming in 3rd. They're going to have 80 plus points at this point. Luminosity obviously going to be jumping to 90 plus as well. Team Liquid, I'm not sure how many kills they ended up with. I don't think it was very many. So it could be a situation now where Luminosity is in 1st at the end of this once we incorporate all those final points from this last game. Alcacia, they came in 2nd. They had a good first game on Erangel. The second game, nothing to write home about, so I don't know if they picked anything more up, but regardless, they're still in a great position going into the final day to have that top 3 in sight.
I think that we've got some standing information that we can see, and see if we can pop it up in just 1 second. But this is overall pretty interesting, is now looking at that 19 points for LG. Furia gonna get that. I'm just kind of looking down. Team Liquid only managed to get 4.
And potentially dangerous with those 14 points. They're going to have 80 points now. So they're in the conversation as well. Toyo, 7 is decent. That'll give them, I think, 88 overall. So they should still be right up there. Alcacia, the 6 points. Obviously, they'll still be okay. Liquid with the 4, not the best thing ever, but they were already at 92. So it's just going to be very, very tight, very close at the top of the leaderboard. We're not seeing the separation that we're seeing in regions like EMEA, where the top 2 teams have kind of pulled away from everybody else, and it's kind of a battle for 3rd. At this point, every single spot is going to be on the line going into this final day of play.
So looking at how it's all going to stack up, this is going to be really interesting. Like you're talking about, the leaderboard's pretty compacted. We've been seeing some teams that do have some biases as far as map goes, but I'm not the biggest believer in map bias. I think it's just maybe a strategy bias that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, depending on the teams and how they drop next to you.
Just luck.
Homework.
You know?
No, I'm going to go on the other side of it. I'm going to say homework is the big deal. Figure out who's dropping next to you, who's messing up your rotations, who's screwing it up, as I believe that we do have the mathed up leaderboard ready to go, Poro.
Oh, I would love to see that. We get to have a leaderboard here at the end of the day just to kind of figure it out. But well, we're getting that all worked out as we still kind of talk about this. But the other thing you got to give credit to, North America, Latin America, both have a bunch of teams that are all showing up in a big way. I love seeing everything this close. And there you go. You get to see what it looks like now. Luminosity Gaming just 1 point shy of that 100 mark, but they've got Liquid right behind them. Alcacia with 93, Furia with 90, Toyo, Rock, and Potentially Dangerous, all with 80 plus. They have third place, well within range. Yin Yang still in there, and then there's a little bit more of a drop off once you get down to ninth, and Bestia with 68.
All right. One game is the difference that can get you into the Esports World Cup going into tomorrow. So you have to make sure that you are pressured up the whole way. This makes me extremely nervous for anybody that has a poorly timed game one or just a 16 out that is in the hunt for those top three. This is going to be really hard to handle.
I tell you what, man, there is going to be absolute joy and elation for three teams tomorrow, and I can guarantee you there's going to be some serious heartbreak, because there are going to be several teams that are going to not make it into the top three that were going to leave that thing thinking what could have been if they had done just one thing different, because that is just how close it is. Well, guys, that is going to do it for us today. Make sure you come back tomorrow to see how this whole thing shakes out. Top three going to Riyadh to compete in the EWC PUBG Championship, and join Falcons there. That's already there. So we'll get to see 4 teams all together. But make sure you come back tomorrow to see how this thing finishes off. For today, I have been Porsois. Matrim has been on me with the cast. As always, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.